Good afternoon, everybody. I will bring the Tuesday, December 9th, 2025 regular council meeting to order. I'll start by acknowledging that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory in Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize that we stand upon lands that carry the footsteps of many Indigenous people, including the Nehawak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. The City honors the First Peoples of this land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. We have a few people in our audience today, so I will just let you know that in case of emergency, we'll be just heading out the doors here and then straight out to the parking lot. If that happens to be blocked, we'll be heading out the back door. Just follow our staff and we'll get you there. Washrooms are also located in the main lobby. First order of business, I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda. Anybody will do. Thank you, Councillor Ketcher.
I'll move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Any changes, questions? Not seeing any, please cast your vote. Thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to delegations. We have a couple people registered to speak. One will be later in the meeting. For now, I'd like to call on, if I'm going to say this right, Mustafa Shahin from Edmonton Global up to present. Right in the middle there, yeah. When you're ready, you're just going to hit the button to turn your mic, and you will have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Nice to see everyone. Congratulations and welcome back to returning councillors. Welcome to new councillors. First of all, just thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here. I know that you'll be discussing the notion of potentially extending your membership in Edmonton Global for a 3-month period. I think there was just really a couple things I wanted to highlight on that topic. First of all, we have a new CEO. So we're clearly at an inflection point, an evolution point with Edmonton Global. And I think I want to thank the City of Fort Saskatchewan for your support over the years, for the work that's been happening, and to say that I think maybe you haven't always been heard in the way you should have been heard. But that, we did have a brief conversation with our new CEO, Darren Edgar, and Mayor Macon yesterday. There is an openness to evolving the organization, to changing the model. And I think that should you decide to extend for the 3 months, I wouldn't look at this as an extension of the status quo. I think this would be a 90-day window in which we'd be sitting down to talk to yourselves, to your team, to Troy, the AcDev team, to say, what could or should a new relationship look like? And part of the challenge I think we've had over the years is that this notion a bit of a one-size-fits-all model for Edmonton Global and all of the shareholders, and I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. When I reflect on the conversations, just even the first 6 weeks with our new CEO, with our board, that things are certainly about to change. So if that's something that is worth consideration for Fort Saskatchewan, I think we would welcome that opportunity. And I think if you want to even reflect on the evolving nature of the dynamic and the relationship, I think you can look to your own team internally. I think you can look to some of your AcDev folks and some of the engagement we've had just over the last 6 months as real world indication of how things are changing. There is a specific opportunity that is sort of under consideration that's looking at sites in Fort Saskatchewan as we speak. And the truth is, because of the relationship, if that deal is going to land here, it's going to land here whether you're a shareholder or not. Okay? This is not something where we're drawing a line in the sand and we're still going to work with you. And I think even if you chose to withdraw, I think the dialogue would still continue over future collaboration, just in a different way. So I just wanted to deliver that message, the appreciation for your support, the fact that there is meaningful change happening, and that we would love to have that opportunity to have that conversation with you in the next 90 days if that's appropriate, and if not, then perhaps over a longer time frame. But especially with EMRB no longer being there. I think there is still some need for something at a regional level, but maybe it's just not the way it's been in the past, and maybe it needs to look a little different. And I would also add that your XDev team has increased, improved, and is extremely competent. We've enjoyed working with them, especially in the past year, very intently on some of these opportunities, and hopefully we can find a way to continue to do that.
Thank you very much. I'll just open it up for questions from council. This is your opportunity before our conversation later in the meeting. Councillor Ketcher?
So I have to ask the question because at one of our meetings that we had, your board was supposed to, or you established a committee that was supposed to come back with some different funding models. So the answer was definitively no. So has that been reconsidered? Because that would make a huge difference to anybody who has given their withdrawal notice.
Yes, good question. And I think the answer, at least internally, from just in the last 6 to 8 weeks, is definitively yes. The organization is, and Mayor Macon can sort of speak to what we even just discussed briefly yesterday, especially with our new CEO and even in our most recent board meeting last week. There's an incredible willingness to explore different models, including different financial arrangements. And one thing I think, which is also consistently yourself, Mayor Ketcher, and several other shareholders had highlighted, was the desire to have greater oversight strategically into Edmonton Global. One thing which has changed, in the last year and a half is having the shareholder chair and vice chair participate in board meetings. So Mayor Boersma is here this afternoon. We had Mayor Acker from Spruce Grove participate in his first meeting, taking over for Mayor Daniluk from Beaumont. And I think there's even a willingness to explore more involvement, oversight, insight, participation from shareholder mayors.
Good. Councillor Harris?
I see value in the regional model, but the model has to work for the people or the municipalities that choose to participate in it. And in the meetings that I participated in leading up to the election and the discussions that were held, I think I tried to strike the balance that we're already doing regional economic development as part of AIHA, and we have been for a long time. And so I think that what we ended up in that context was a model that ultimately was the ultimate form of sub-regional cooperation. And that has worked very well from a planning standpoint. And I think ultimately from an economic development standpoint, it's been very successful. So I was always of the opinion that there's value in the model, but it has to make sense. And I'm glad to hear that there's an opportunity to at least open that particular discussion again so that it can make sense. And I think when we established the AIHA, we recognized the fact that there were some smaller players that weren't necessarily going to be decision makers at the table, but we included them in the information flow so that they sit at the table from the standpoint of being aware of what's happening in the region because it can impact their municipalities. So, I fully support the continued discussion, at the level that ultimately will say, yeah, Fort Saskatchewan, what do you need? But again, we're doing things that probably are a different type of economic development than the rest of the municipalities in the region. And that doesn't mean that's good or bad. It's just what we've always done.
Do you have sorry, Councillor Harris, do you have a question?
If that's reflective of those things, if you take that back, will you take that back and continue to do that?
Yes, absolutely. You're right, Councillor Harris. I mean, the relationship between Edmonton Global and AIHA is very strong and will continue to be so, right? So you are represented regionally, 100%. And I think the relationship with AIHA, even most recently, was illustrated by the collaborative work that's being done on the defense file with Edmonton Global, AIHA, the airport, and the University of Alberta being in Ottawa, right? So we will continue to collaborate. And I think, like we've said, it just needs to be more flexible what participation and collaboration looks like for the individual.
So my second question is 3 months enough time to actually put that one to bed?
I think so. I think, you know, the focus is there, the intention is there, the willingness is there. And like I said, it wouldn't be a 90-day period to focus on just more of the same. I think we would set a time, you know, a deadline for ourselves to work with your team to say, what can we come up with in 90 days and have meaningful conversations and say, hey, would this work for you?
Okay.
I don't think we want to drag it out.
Good, thanks so much.
You're most welcome.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I thought
You
Councillor
buzzed in
Rundell
first.
was next. Yeah, I guess. I'll ask you a very direct, simple question first. Would Edmonton Global be willing to waive the fee during the extension period?
Well, I'd have to check with our CEO, but you know, in my unauthorized position to say so, I would say yes. I'd go back with that recommendation, sure.
Yeah, excellent to hear that is an option. Obviously, we're evaluating our involvement in the future of Edmonton Global. What can you say that Edmonton Global? What type of value does the organization expressly give to Fort Saskatchewan, given that we are heavy industrial, light medium industrial area, and Edmonton Global's purview is quite broad. I've been to meetings with, you know, I think it was the U of A hospital. I'm not sure. It was an MRI technology all the way to
The proton therapy.
chocolate. Thank you. Yes. All the way to chocolate factories in Spruce Grove. I mean, obviously we're a unique market out here when you speak of economic development. So maybe can you elaborate on that specific to our area within the region?
Yeah, I would just highlight two things. One is the overall brand of the region globally, right? Increasing the awareness of the brand is something that we're equipped to do that is a bit unique in the ecosystem. The second is origination of opportunities that would not otherwise be here. So we'll reflect back on the opportunity, the canola crushing opportunity, right? So this is a value-added agriculture opportunity that is specifically looking at sites here and is looking at a site in Sturgeon and one in Strathcona as well, as an example. It's about $100 million value-added agriculture investment that originated specifically from myself and my network of contacts globally. And it's a first step into a vertical integrated biofuels play. So that's one that would not have come through any other sources. Government of Alberta, Invest in Canada. Another example that's coming up and did come up on a recent trip overseas where the Premier was there as well is off-grid power generation for hyperscaler data centers. Okay, so there's a specific expression of interest to explore such a setup from a company that is in the power space that happens to have natural gas turbines, and said, hey, what would it look like for us to set up somewhere in the Edmonton region for 0.5 gig to 1 gig of off-grid power specifically to supply hyperscaler data center, right? So a project like that at 1 gig of power, you're looking at about 120 acres of land, about a $2 billion investment, not dissimilar to one that's being contemplated in Sturgeon County. So those would be two examples.
Maybe are there any FIDs that are pending maybe in Fort Saskatchewan that is you know due to critical involvement by Edmonton Global?
So there you know, when I looked up the records, you know, there's about 58 what we call requests for information that have been shared with Fort Saskatchewan over the last 3 years, let's say 3.5 years. Of those, 18 are still pending decision. So there's 18 opportunities that are in the queue that Fort Saskatchewan have replied to that are still open for decision. I don't have anything more specific on that, but yeah, I would expect that there will be opportunities that will land in Fort Saskatchewan. And again, they will land here, whether you continue to be a member of Edmonton Global or not in the short and medium term, because if they're already in the queue and they're already looking at the region, and if the location of Fort Saskatchewan makes most sense for the investor, that's where they'll come.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Councillor Randawa.
Thank you very much for trekking all the way out here, Mustafa, and thanks for the presentation. I had a chance to view your presentation with Sturgeon County a few weeks back, because that's how exciting of an individual I am, I guess. And you mentioned there that perhaps, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you said perhaps Sturgeon County didn't get a good return on their investment so far. I want to say they spent like a 1.3 million over the years. We're probably, I'm going to ballpark somewhere in that range. can you tell me if we've received a good return on our investment?
So Sturgeon County, less than $1 million is what they've invested, but that's not the point.
Okay.
I'm going to wade into some potentially sensitive water on the FID perspective. The only FID that we have recorded that Edmonton Global has claimed responsibility or contribution to during this time is the Linde decision. Okay? I will just preface it by saying we have one major criteria before we claim responsibility for an FID, and that is when the investor says to us explicitly, this deal, this final investment decision would not have occurred without your involvement. It does not mean it was us exclusively. And in the case of Linde, for example, I would say that AIHA has been working with Linde for a long time, and they are the primary lead on these types of opportunities. But I can also say from personal experience that when Linde was close to the finish line and SIF funding was no longer available from the federal government in the way it had been for Air Products when they made their decision, and when Dow had made their decision, their head of GR out of Houston reached out to me and said, listen, we need help with the federal government. Can you help us? And I personally reached out to Minister Champagne, who happens to be a friend. I said, Minister Champagne, we're stuck here. This is a big investment for our region. SIF funding is no longer available. Can you help us? And he said, let's see what we can do. And they navigated with the department, and they came up with not the same level as what Air Products had gotten, but enough for Linde to get that decision across the finish line. So that's why we said we played an important part in that FID. So now, what you do with that information, whether you choose to say that's enough or not enough, or the dollar value of that, or would it, if you believe it happened, would have happened on its own, that's for you to decide. But if you say yes, is some portion of that team effort to get the deal across the finish line enough to say there's a ROI for City of Fort Saskatchewan? I think you could.
Okay. I know the city council about 2 years ago voted to decide to leave or give notice to leave. So did several other municipalities. I would say, what has that prompted in changes in your organization to reflect and so forth? I know you have a new CEO, but that's been a 2-year period. What I'm trying to understand is, what are we going to accomplish in the next 90 days that the organization, these municipalities, couldn't in the last 700?
I think what you can accomplish is the willingness to say we are not stuck with the existing model. And that was something that our organization, for most of the past few years, was pretty insistent on, not being willing to introduce more flexibility into the model. And that has changed. That mindset has changed for numerous reasons, but one is change in leadership. And there was a listening tour, and we did all kinds of engagements and all kinds of list of activities. What can we do differently? But the fundamental model was not open for discussion. I think it is now. And so, if you decide that you want to go after the offer of 90 days for free to just have that conversation and see what a new model could look like for the fort, then that 90 days will be focused on sitting down with you and saying, okay, where do you see potential value? What type of model would make sense for Fort Saskatchewan? And we could try that. But at the same time, if you feel comfortable with what you're doing with AIHA and there isn't a perceived value for the City of Fort Saskatchewan, then please don't stay. I want this to be a relationship where you feel good about what you're getting out of it. And if we can just put a little time into saying, what could that new relationship look like? Then let's do that. And with good intentions.
Okay. My last question, if that's okay. You've alluded a couple times, like changing the model. What would you say those changes would theoretically look like?
It's pretty early to say. It could be a model where you say, we don't want to pay into a baseline and we only want to have access to leads, and it's purely on a success fee basis. Maybe it could be something that's a hybrid of what you have with AIHA, where you pay a base fee and then you pay an increased, a portion of the tax assessment. Maybe it could be like, okay, well, we don't want to pay baseline, but if you have an opportunity which could fit in our jurisdiction, we'd be willing to sign off and saying, okay, we'll take that lead, and if it lands, we'll pay you a percentage of the tax assessment on that opportunity. That's one example.
Okay, thank you very much.
But that's how different it could be from what there is today.
For sure.
I'll just insert myself in. So I appreciate you taking the time with Darren yesterday to meet with myself briefly, and Mr. Fleming, just to reiterate the concerns that had been brought forward before. One of the things that Darren said that I thought was interesting is that if we were looking for change, it was already happening. Changes on board structure, changes on committees, like just lots of things happening in her first 6 weeks. And just from her, just a real willingness to look at each municipality individually and addressing individual needs rather than treating everybody the same way. Just wanted to know if you could elaborate a little bit on that, those ideas and the changes maybe that you're already seeing in her short tenure.
I can just say that already internally we've had discussions about things like the Edmonton Global Board, what its size is, what its representation is, the geographic diversity. Should we be considering having people from outside of our region with more of international experience and an international lens? Should there be a different level of participation from shareholders? Could there be a shareholders committee where shareholders are allowed to sit in on meetings or have more direct response? The idea is to, again, go back to this notion of not one size fits all, but to have that individual conversation with individual shareholders, say, what is it from the Edmonton Global value proposition that is relevant for you? And develop a financial model that suits your needs, right? So I gave the example of no baseline fee, no contribution. We will continue to also look for ways to develop non-shareholder sources of revenue for the organization. And so this idea of having flexibility for what the individual shareholder is looking at. But yeah, when you're talking about changes in board structure, changes in fee structure, changes in resourcing for the organization, right? So I can just share with you internally, we had an announcement just beginning of last week. We're going to be letting all of our contractors go at the end of December, not renewing any of those contracts. This is a fiscal reality of the situation we're in, reduced shareholder funding, and with the current situation with federal and provincial funding uncertainty. So there's a pragmatism, I think, in all of this, which is refreshing and perhaps overdue. So maybe it would have been better if it was 365 days into that notice period and not 700. But it is real. It's tangible and it's real, and we can feel it internally in the organization. I think the board members, you could ask Mayor Boersma, who was in our most recent board meeting last week, what his impression and takeaways were, and I think that could be telling for you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Blizzard.
So my first instinct is to not stay with the Edmonton Global. But that's an interesting proposition about getting 90 days without a fee, because then I might consider it. But I would think that I would need to see more changes. For the last year and a half or 2 years since we said, we were not going to stay in, I don't feel we have been heard. So it sounds like you've made a lot of changes. So maybe you're moving forward. Do you think in the next 90 days there would be enough changes? And if there is, then it shouldn't, the risk is there, but then maybe a no fee extension would be a good idea.
I would, in part, I'll answer, but I would encourage you to speak to Mr. Fleming because, we've worked together for over 5 years, and, would the intentions for meaningful conversations about a change in scope be something that we could probably deliver a proposal on in 90 days? I think so. But as I said earlier, Councillor, honestly, at this point, it feels like if a shareholder really is conflicted and wants to leave, I know there are stipulations in the bylaws about if a shareholder leaves and then what's it look like to coming back, and you have to be out for a certain number of years and pay fees. All of that I think is up for discussion. So this isn't meant to be a hard, you must stick around for 90 days and you must pay. Honestly, I feel like the conversation will happen over the next few months. Or with other shareholders, and if you say, hey, we heard from Sturgeon that did this, or something came up, could we bring that conversation back? Could we look at that? We're still going to be open to having those conversations. So I don't mean that to sound like I want you to leave, and not take the 90 days, but it shouldn't feel like such a pressure decision, I think.
Okay, and I do agree. We do have Alberta's Industrial Heartland, which is
Yeah.
a great big promoter for our region. You did mention that you're looking at listening to us, but actually feel like we need to hear from you. What your changes are, because a few times we've already stated what we would like to see different, and nothing has changed. The fees being a big one. So maybe if we stay on. I know if the motion gets moved to if you approve a no fee, then I would definitely support staying for 90 days because there is no fee then. But I would want to see more from you versus you coming and saying, what do you want? I would like to see you come and say, here's what we have for you. So I'll leave it
Yeah,
at
I
that.
mean, I think we'd have to work on that together. I wouldn't want to guess if you want to see different fees, I wouldn't want to guess what you want your fees to be. Do you want them to be half what they are now? Do you want them to be a
Yeah.
quarter? So there'd have to be some back and forth on that with your administration. But yeah, we'd be happy to do that. And in fact, if you want to say, look, you've got 90 days to come back with something. Okay, let's have a deadline and let's have those conversations. I don't think it would have to be that difficult. And I think, some of the changes we talked about was greater visibility, access, insight by the shareholder into the organization. So whether that means facilitating, participation in board meetings or things like that, that's all up. The other thing I would remind people of is that, the board of Edmonton Global, the shareholders are the municipalities. And you decide what the bylaws are, you decide who the board is, you can hire and fire the board, right? So that power does reside within the shareholders. And perhaps, there's some conversations that could occur because there's been turnover, right, with all of the shareholders. A conversation amongst the shareholders, what you want to do with the organization. We ultimately respond to the board, and the board is your domain of influence and control. But I don't want to get too far off into that structure, but within our playing field, everything is open, honestly.
Okay, thank you.
You're most welcome.
Okay, on round one, I'm going to go to Councillor Wesley.
Hi there. Nice pleasure to meet you. In my other life, I teach at the School of Business at MacEwan University. And in our decision-making class, one of the things that we always stress is objective measures of success. And so with organizations like Edmonton Global, I struggle with what is an objective measure of success for you or for this organization?
So MacEwan means business, right? That's the tagline.
Yeah. You're free to donate to our new business building, by the way.
So, my wife is actually on your committee that did the fundraising.
Oh, awesome. So you already have that.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So in terms of, measurable ROI or KPIs, the most obvious one is direct ROI from final investment decisions that land in your jurisdiction. That's the indisputable one. Well, still disputable in terms of who gets credit and how that gets divvied up. We have, used tools that provided by third parties that also allow us to produce, for example, a scorecard, an economic scorecard that say for a jurisdiction, what are the direct, indirect, and induced benefits from business that's landed in a region. And we've trialed it a little bit with a couple of shareholders where some said, well, anything that's not direct, we don't count. It doesn't matter. So if a deal lands in a neighboring jurisdiction and there's spillover effect to contractors and suppliers out of Fort Saskatchewan who are supplying a project in Sturgeon or Strathcona, should that count or should it not? And, where do you draw the line? Things which are leading indicators of results, like requests for information, inbound delegations, visits, they're subject to debate. Some will say, yeah, I accept that as an indication of value, some don't. There was some interesting conversations 3 years ago, just after the first Canadian Hydrogen Convention, because we chose to recognize that as a final investment decision. And why did we do that? Because two things. One, we had a 10-year commitment from DMG to host that event in Edmonton. And the second was from operators, tour operators, you could directly measure the economic impact on the city of Edmonton, let's say, of a conference that had 4,000 attendees and however many were from around the world and so forth. Not dissimilar to how we've seen numbers on the economic impact of the Oilers playoff runs the last 2 years, right? Numbers totaling a couple hundreds of millions of dollars. So hotel rooms, bars, restaurants, airfare, all of these things. Is there a spillover effect to having those kind of people here in the region and then taking regional tours and visiting the heartland? Sure, there absolutely is. Are a lot of these people who've never been to Edmonton before, coming from Japan, Korea, Europe? Yes. How do we put a dollar value on the impact of helping to put our region on the global stage in some meaningful way more than we have in the past? There are tools that we use to try and indicate that, but ultimately those are going to be somewhat subjective and always open to interpretation. But one of the benchmarks which was established about 6 or 7 years ago was the percentage of site selectors, which is an important group, that knew of or had visited or had any interaction with the city, the Edmonton region. And that number was like less than 10%. And when we look at site selector engagement now, the number of site selectors who visited the region, who've had engagement with our region, who are at least aware of our region, has grown substantially. So that's what comes back to that global branding exercise of trying to increase our region's brand to a larger target audience that aligns with the sectors that we're looking at. And I would say another one of those that's even domestic is our relationship with Ottawa. Coordinated, collaborative advocacy in Ottawa for the value proposition in our region is of incredible importance. We've been hearing a lot of talk recently about defense, okay, and that there's a significant business case for the Edmonton region to be the Western Canadian hub of our national defense strategy. And yet there are forces within the province who are trying to nudge some of those things south. If we're not there advocating for our region and our proximity to Wainwright, to Cold Lake, to the Garrison, to the Edmonton National Airport's assets, which make us the logical choice, for the Canadian Critical Drug Initiative, which you supported, then there are opportunities where these things can shift to other jurisdictions. We continue to advocate actively on the inland ports opportunity that you've been sent a supportive letter on, because without that voice, these things sometimes they get influenced, shall we say, to end up in other places. So I apologize for that's a bit of a rambling answer, but that's kind of the realm that we're trying to look at in terms of how we measure and justify the value that we're bringing.
So, in just one last question, in looking at that, in looking at your measurements of success, then what could possibly happen in 90 days that would change the trajectory that the city of Fort Saskatchewan is on, which is right now is to leave? What could possibly happen in 90 days to change that opinion?
Well, the canola crushing deal lands in the next 35 days, and it's a $100 million investment, which has a tax assessment of $750,000 a year, which dwarfs your $250,000 payment. That would be a very specific example.
It would be, yes.
Right? So, fair enough. Within 90 days. But I think more broadly, I think the biggest things that I kept hearing back was the frustration that City of Fort Saskatchewan didn't have more direct input and insight into the direction that Edmonton Global was going in, didn't have better visibility. Well, that's something that can be proposed and changed within 90 days, right? The fee structure, if that was something which was, the formula needs to be revisited, that's something which is open to suggestion. If you're saying we don't want a one-size-fits-all, but we'd like a lower baseline fee or no baseline fee and purely based on successful transaction, those are things which could be changed within 90 days.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to your wife for supporting the business building.
You're most welcome.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just a reference of kind of what's been asked the last 700 days, kind of a line of topic. You did mention that, your Edmonton Global's willing to work with our team and work with different councils. In the course of the last 4 years, I've heard, as I was a councillor last term as well, I've heard from different councils very similar concerns. And then I went through your articles of incorporation, looking at the board structure, 5 appointees with professional experience, sub-regions, 5 appointees with other professional business experience. And I got to thinking, what initiatives, given that a lot of notice was given by several municipalities right at the same time for the 2 years to leave, what initiatives have already been pursued to perhaps create efficiencies within the organization, maybe staffing contingent or otherwise, and also have different board models been discussed and presented for consideration to member municipalities to show, hey, this is how we can, because if I've heard that feedback just through some casual conversations, Edmonton Global must have heard this feedback, and then it would have been my assumption that a pivot would have been made to accommodate the concerns, 2 years ago. So have we seen that? Because it doesn't really sit well with me when it says like, okay, we're willing to work with you guys in the next 90 days. It kind of shows that, well, the initiative has to come now from member municipalities to propose a successful model of the organization that'll make everybody happy. And that is an extremely democratic process, which I don't believe is going to find success at this point in time. So, like it has been expressed, I mean, initiative from Edmonton Global. See, this is what I've heard. This is what we're doing, and here's what the organization is going to look like now. Would, in my mind, be the most effective way to preserve what has been set out from the outset. So maybe make a couple comments of what's been done.
Sure. You've got shareholder, chair, and vice chair have been participating in our board meetings since that happened. Right, so that wasn't happening before. So that's one example. There was a significant engagement with Site Selector to do a tour and speaking engagements with all of the shareholders individually, some group sessions with specific action items and feedbacks that were requested by the economic development teams en masse. I believe it was something like 77 items were identified, and we were providing a checklist on the progress we've made on the 77 items. But ultimately, look, there was no proposed change to the board structure during the last 2 years. Okay, internally that hadn't come up. But the truth is, the organization spent a lot of time and energy and money on engagement with consultants and third-party consultants and listening tours. We had not Anne McClellan. There was a consulting firm that did a tour where they met specifically with each mayoral group. It was Darren Rawson and his partner at their company, whose name escapes me right now. A lot of effort was put in, but the change I think that you were seeking didn't happen. Part of that comes down to leadership. We have a different leader now, and that makes a big difference. But again, I'm not here to try and, as funny as it may sound, I'm not here to try and convince you to stay. If you feel after 700 days that you haven't seen enough change and you don't think you will in the next 90 days, that's your right. And I fully respect and support your decision on that. Honestly, I'm here in person because, I believe in it. I believe what I've seen, and, the sincerity of my intentions is to deliver on this. And I've got a pretty good track record personally of delivering on the things that I say I will take on and do.
Thank you for that response.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ketcher.
And it is Councillor now. So we've discussed the fees, and how many days, or who would make that decision? Because you have a board and you have shareholders, like you have two different bodies. So who would make that decision?
On the board structure?
Fees.
Oh, on the fees. The fees decision, again, don't hold me to this because it's me just, it's early days. I think that comes down to our CEO's office. I don't think we would need permission from our board to introduce a new model that could be specific to shareholders, that's different than the current fixed model that we have.
Okay, and I only asked that question because we actually had shareholder member CAOs that went out and did the investigation and came back and said no.
And that was the answer they got. You're right, Mayor Ketcher, at that time, prior to. Sorry, I keep saying. Sorry, it's habit.
Okay.
Councillor Ketcher.
It's just call me Gail. And the other one that we had discussed as shareholders was possibly the change of the board of directors going from a paid board of directors to going to the mayors like we had with on EMRB and on Alberta's Industrial Heartland. And that was also another one that came back and the board actually said, no, we wouldn't entertain that. So
That one's not a CEO's decision per se. The CEO can't dismiss the board and change the model. But I mean, if you wanted to change the model, my understanding from the bylaws is that's within the purview of the shareholders. I'm not sure what percentage of shareholders vote would have to be in favor of that, whether it's a 75% or whether it would have to be unanimous for that to be effective. So maybe, I don't know if Councillor Noyens, in your readings of the bylaws, you came across that, what the percentage of vote is that is required to change that. But that is in the hands of the shareholders. And it's just a threshold.
And that was the second item that had been discussed prior to all of this happening. And I guess the last one, I just want to make a comment since everybody else has been able to make comments. When you say that we had concerns about visibility, it wasn't so much about visibility, it was about the actual business attraction. When we got Path to Zero, Edmonton Global was right there, and I had to take you down a couple notches. And your CAO knew that, because they actually, maybe they had this much to do with it after 8 years. But really, Edmonton Global, your 4 pillars was not to delve into heavy industry. So I think that's where there was some of the, like not seeing the value, because with most of us, we didn't have additional lands that were not heavy industry. So I think that came down to the fact that within the 4 pillars, it wasn't working because we already had the Heartland. And I think that's why all the Heartland members opted out, but I won't speak for them. So anyway, I do thank you for coming out here today and having your share. I just want to make sure that all of council knew what some of the conversations were that we had in Warrenville on that day when a lot of no's were being put to us. So thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you for the opportunity, not to try and sway your votes, but there is a small bag of cheesies next to Mr. Fletcher in case it helps at break time.
Thank you for coming today. We'll be discussing this later on in the meeting. It seems a little odd we're not debating it now after 45 minutes of discussion, but we will be talking about it later in the meeting.
Thank you for the time, and I wish you best of luck.
Yeah, thank you so much. And welcome Mayor Boersma, who's here watching in the audience today. Just wanted to say hello. The next item on the agenda is to approve the consent agenda. I'll take a motion for that. Councillor Blizzard?
I make a motion that we approve the items listed on the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate on that? Not seeing any. Please cast your vote. That is carried. Okay, so we're not quite at 2 o'clock, so we can't start the public hearing. So we will move on to that. The next item for business then would be 8.1, 2026 Operating and Capital Budget Adoption. Jeremy Eamon presenting.
Yeah. They have their process.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm here to present Administration's report requesting Council's approval of the 2026 municipal budget. Joining me is Shannon Andruko, Manager, Budget and Financial Planning. Council's approval of the 2026 municipal budget represents the final step in the city's annual budget process and fulfills the requirements under the Municipal Government Act. The MGA requires Council to approve an operating and a capital budget for each calendar year and prepare written 3- and 5-year plans regarding anticipated financial operations and capital property additions, respectively. Further, Council must review and update these plans on an annual basis. The Fort Saskatchewan Public Library operates under the Libraries Act, which requires the Library Board to prepare an annual budget and provide an estimate of required funds for Council's consideration. The 2026 municipal budget identifies and allocates the necessary resources to provide for municipal programs and services that support Council's goals and initiatives within the strategic plan. The budget was developed in accordance with the Operating and Capital Budget Policy, FIN 24-C, and once approved, will provide an operating and a capital budget for 2026, a 3-year operating financial plan forecast for years 2027 through 2029, a 10-year capital plan for years 2026 through 2035, and an appropriation to the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library for 2026. Highlights of the 2026 operating budget include $111.7 million in total operating revenues, expenses, and transfers. This includes $27.9 million for utility operations and a $1.4 million appropriation to the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library. Appendix 1 to the Council report details the 2026 operating budget, showing a breakdown of operating revenues, expenses, transfers, and other items. Appendix 2 outlines adjustments made to the initially proposed 2026 municipal budget that were based on Council motions passed during budget deliberations, along with some adjustments made by administration. These adjustments resulted in a $2.1 million net reduction to budgeted ongoing revenue and expenses, reducing the initial proposed property tax increase from 10.58% to 7.35%. Highlights of the 2026 capital budget, shown in Appendix 4, include $18.6 million in total capital expenditures and related revenue. Total capital expenditures by asset category include $9.8 million for engineering structures, $6.2 million for vehicles, machinery, and equipment, $1.3 million for buildings, and $1.1 million for land and land improvements. Appendix 5 outlines the 10-year capital plan for years 2026 through 2035 that was reviewed by Council during the 2026 capital budget meetings. And as per the City's budget policy, Council is scheduled to perform another review of the 10-year capital plan with updates in June of next year. Next, I'll review the financial impacts arising from the 2026 municipal budget. The 2026 user fees and charges bylaw, which will be presented to Council later during this meeting, includes updated utility rates for 2026. Residential utility customers can expect an estimated increase of $10.24 or 8.06% to their monthly utility bills compared to 2025. And this is based on an average monthly water consumption of 14 cubic meters and includes water, sewer, and solid waste services. With respect to municipal property taxes, the 2026 operating budget includes $68.6 million in total property tax revenue collected. This figure includes $2.1 million of estimated tax revenue due to growth in property assessments and a $4.7 million increase due to projected spending in 2026. And this equates to a 7.35% property tax revenue increase compared to the approved 2025 operating budget. Residential and non-residential property owners could see their 2026 municipal property taxes change by more or less than 7.35%, depending upon how their individual property assessment changes relative to the average annual change in assessment for their assessment class. In addition to municipal property taxes, the City collects property taxes on behalf of the province for education and on behalf of the Heartland Housing Foundation for seniors housing. And with that, administration recommends that Council approve the 2026 operating budget dated December 9th, 2025, establishing total operating revenues and expenditures at $111.7 million, inclusive of the $27.9 million utilities budget, and adopt the 2027 through 2029 3-year operating financial plan forecast. Secondly, that Council approve the 2026 capital budget dated December 9th, 2025, establishing total capital revenues and expenditures at $18.6 million, and adopt the 2026 through 2035 10-year capital plan. And thirdly, that council approve the 2026 Fort Saskatchewan Public Library appropriation at $1.4 million. And that concludes my presentation. We're happy to take questions at this time.
Thank you very much. I have a question, so just confirm if I'm right or if I'm going to word this inaccurately. So come January, February, we'll get a supplementary tax assessment that will show us what, and there'll be an increase to tax dollars that may affect this number in the end, or does this already take into account some of what we're expecting?
Through to the mayor, the supplemental property taxes relate to 2025, so they will be recorded as revenue in 2025. Well, I think what you're referring to is there may be additional growth of over and above what we have estimated in the 2026 budget.
And we find that out in the spring.
That's correct.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and then when we come to April, there might be additional revenue
Correct.
there to support that based on growth.
That
Okay.
is correct. Yes.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor Harris?
I don't have so much of a question, but I have a resolution that I'd like to put on the floor before we deal with recommendation 1. So the question of timing. So I look to administration of Mr. Fleming as to the optimum time to put the motion that I'd like to consider.
So I do believe it's an amendment to the budget. So would we move motion 1 and then make an amendment to that?
Sorry, to the mayor, the idea was before, because it does change the amounts in the motion, it's proposed and Councillor Harris can put his motion forward now.
Okay. Councillor Harris, do you want to read that in?
I would, and I'll speak to it as well. I would move that the proposed 2026 operating budget be amended by applying an additional one-time transfer in the amount of $380,000 from the Financial Stabilization and Contingency Reserve to the 2026 property tax increase.
I'll accept that motion. Do you wish to speak in favor?
I do. You know what? We're in a very tough period with budgets this year and over the next few years, and it's not lost on me. I've dealt with many, many hours of municipal budgets, and I can't remember one that wasn't challenging. And this one is especially challenging. There's no question about it. But we are a young, growing community, and we've heard from our community, from a good proportion of our community, that they want to see us do some very important things in 2026. And a couple of them have capital implications, but then they have operating implications going forward. And the first was obviously our decision based on community engagement to build the aquatic facility. That is a very significant expenditure of dollars. And I think council has been very supportive of that particular project going forward because our council is looking for those amenities, especially for the young families. And in our budget discussions, and I think we actually did pretty good, but I think there was more room to cut. And we kind of left it where we left it. We did apply at that particular process during the budget discussions to basically draw down the contingency reserve by $1.5 million to help to soften the blow. And some members of council spoke against it. Some of council spoke in favor of it, and it subsequently passed. Very, very close. But notwithstanding that, I believe we still have an opportunity to use our rainy day fund in a positive way in 2026 budget discussions to help to smooth it for the people in our community that probably don't want to see us do things like build an aquatic facility. They would like to see us potentially reduce services, to reduce taxes from that standpoint. So I believe that if we were to add an additional $380,000 from my financial stabilization reserve to offset the increase, then ultimately we would probably end up with about a 6.75% mill rate increase, which is something that when we started these discussions, I looked at it and I said all of the things that we had to deal with as a council going forward, they were challenged. But I think 6.7 I can live with. Above that, I would have a difficult time because I know that I've heard, and we've all heard from many people in our community that wanted to see us be as frugal and prudent as possible. Our contingency reserve, I think the optimal balance is 15 or 16 million. We have about 10 million in there right now, and our estimated surplus for 2025 is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $5+ million. And those are probably conservative estimates at the present time. So I think we have some opportunity to continue to build up the rainy day fund so that we can, have these frank discussions in the next 3 years of budget discussions. But this is a particularly unique year because we're hitting the budget pretty hard with these new expenditures for the capital projects. So I believe that we have room. And I believe that ultimately we can continue to add to our rainy day fund. We're not drawing it down in a non-frugal way. We draw it down in, I think, a very prudent way. So I would look for council support for this additional amount to be drawn from the reserve to apply to offset the tax increase to, I believe, about 6.75%, which I think, in my estimation, is a reasonable amount. So I leave that on the table.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blizzard.
Still collecting my thoughts, but I made the original motion of using $1.5 million of our financial stabilization when we had our last budget deliberation, and I'm okay with this increase. The number $1.5 million was kind of I was trying to think of what council might support without going overboard too, because I do realize that our surplus that will go back into it of about $5 million this year was unique. We did have some certain factors that's why it's a larger surplus, but I also feel like I know some were saying we're pushing it forward to future years, but we all know that within the next 5 years-ish, we're getting quite a bit of new industry that will ultimately be paying taxes. So if we use the financial stabilization, to me, this is a bit of a rainy day. It will eventually get replenished by these new industries coming in as they start paying taxes. So I'm okay with this. I think this is exactly what we need to do, is give back some of our over collection in the form of a break on the current year's tax increase. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you very much. I'll insert myself next, and don't know if there'll be any more questions after that. So I didn't support the 1.5 million when we did the budget deliberations. And the one thing I would reiterate is that we're saying we have to increase it for the pool this year. We smoothed the taxes last year by taking that out. So it's in this year. We have the ATE. We have growth pressures in our staffing. And what we're saying is that we are going to commit to all these things. We're not going to properly fund it. And I don't necessarily disagree with the motion, but I would probably say that I would more support this come April, once we know the growth and how much that additional revenue we might see. Then I would support looking at it to say, okay, what is the number that we want it to be, and look at a reserve amendment at that time. So right now I still struggle not to fund properly. I do appreciate that it is about tax smoothing and it's a difficult time, but we're just kicking the can down the road and making subsequent years difficult as well. And I just think sometimes we need to make the difficult decision to move forward with it. So I think I would support a motion like this come April when we have all of the information. But for now, I'm going to remain against this motion. Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, I supported the last motion, and I know at that point in time, I think Councillor Blizzard said that she was originally going to put it on for about 1.8 million, and somehow it ended up at 1.5 on the screen. But I absolutely agree. We have been working to build our reserves to ensure that we have funding for projects going forward. We've got money in reserves to pay for fire trucks for equipment, for so many things. But the Financial Stabilization Reserve is an uncommitted reserve. And I do believe that, we can smooth the budget on this. And I do believe, yeah, you're right, in April, we probably will have additional revenues that come in. And as we always do, and at that point in time, we typically put them into reserves. So I would just as soon do it now so that people have confidence in council, that we have looked at everything that we can do to ensure that we can save them every little bit that we can. And, I just, it is a difficult budget. I've struggled with fee increases because everything that we increase affects the public. And so I think for this one, I think we can do our due diligence. We know we always budget conservatively for revenues. And I think that can be maybe adjusted in April. And if there is additional money, then that can go into the reserve. But at this point in time, I think people need the confidence in council that we have done everything that we can to try and smooth this. Thank you.
Councillor Wesley?
Maybe Jeremy or Shannon, you could help me out with this. When I think of smoothing, it would mean that we're smoothing to something, and I know Councillor Blizzard had mentioned an expected revenue boost in the near future, say 5 years, and I'm just wondering how reasonably confident are you in those the boosts in potential property taxes, or would you be more confident in the spring versus now? Just trying to get some guidance into your forecasting thinking there.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, with respect to the comment or the idea that the industry is going to bring in property taxes in the future, that is a known. We don't know the timing necessarily, but we do know that the industry is rapidly developing and going to bring in additional property tax revenue over and above the Heartland incentive program. As far as the amounts that I think the mayor was referring to initially about the additional growth, we don't know that number. Obviously, that depends on the work that the assessors are doing at the moment. We'll know that in probably February in terms of what that may bring in an additional. And again, what that is it's an amount that is in excess of our estimate that we've included in the budget right now. And so right now that's impossible, almost impossible to predict. In the past, it has been in an amount that has been basically a surplus and additional. There's also been years where it's been very close. In other words, the estimate that we included in the budget was almost exactly what the amount turned out. So again, there's no guarantees that there's going to be a considerable amount coming in. So I don't know if that helps answer your question or not. But,
sorta. I'm just trying to get a better sense of it, since this is Jeremy. This is my 6th week anniversary, by the way, and so I'm very excited about this. And I think I've learned enough to be dangerous right now, but I don't know how useful I am just yet. And so I'm just trying to think of just your estimates as to because I'm sympathetic to Councillor Harris's motion, but I'm also, I understand what Mayor Macon said, is that maybe we'll have better certainty in the spring versus sort of committing this kind of money. And I'm just trying to lean on you, Jeremy, and your extensive knowledge and expertise to guide me a little bit here. I'm basically calling you Obi-Wan right now. Show me the ways of the Force, Jeremy.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, I'd love to give you assurances. I just can't at this moment. That's fair. Just the way it is.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that.
Councillor Randawa?
Yeah. Thank you very much. A lot of good comments made. I would echo a lot of the comments that Mayor Macon made just now. And I would say my statement still stands when we talked about pulling $1.5 million out of the same fund earlier. I won't be supporting it just for the reason that, this doesn't solve the underlying spending and the problem with that. And we'll just be here again this time next year, kind of debating the same stuff. So I'd rather just get to the actual problem. rather than doing this. But no ill will towards the councillors that put it forward. I understand what they're trying to do. It's just I have a difference of opinion.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. It's first a question to perhaps our city manager or finance. More of a philosophical question. So it looks like this motion was drafted prior to the meeting, but 380 is a very unique number, and really from this motion, all it would be doing was saying, hey, you decide how to apply this to offset some operating budget costs for 2026. So what would be done with $380,000, or is that to be determined?
Through the mayor, I don't want to speak on behalf of the mover, but I think he had a specific target that he was looking to get to. So the $380,000 gets you exactly to a 6.75% property tax
Right,
increase.
but I'm asking, would it be applied to any budgetary items? We've talked about ATE and smoothing that, and it's been done in a prior year.
No, it would be added to the 1.5 million that's already being pulled in. That essentially just offsets. It pulls from reserve to offset how much property tax revenue gets collected.
Right. Yeah. So we've done a motion like this in a prior meeting, and I was hesitant about supporting that motion, although the intent of it is clear. It's a higher tax year. To me, it does not show diligence on council's part to say we're going to take reserve funds and apply it to property tax increase. And I believe I've mentioned this previously, but what does show diligence to me on the part of council is evaluating operating budget proposals for 2026 and then being able to prioritize what we as council members see we need versus want, what we think is potentially nice or what could wait. So to just have a motion with a number that is generated by council to be applied to property tax increases is not to me something that I would support at this point. And we've already done this with a number that was also generated by council for 1.5 million. So I'm not exactly sure where this number comes from or why we're adding to it further to get to a goal of a specific property tax increase at this point in time. There's been ample opportunity to remove operating budget proposals that were brought forward by administration, and this does, as mentioned by other members of council, can contribute to future year budget impacts for property taxes.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing anybody else. Councillor Harris, would you like to close?
I guess I hear all of the comments that are coming in from members of council. What I heard during the election is that people wanted us to tackle taxation in a meaningful way. And the only way to reduce taxes is to reduce services or increase fees. That's ultimately what it comes down to. And in a period where we have growth to manage and major capital expenditures to undertake to help us address that growth and to be responsive to the needs in our community for things like the Aquatic Center, which we heard significant numbers of people support, I think we need to find ways that we can smooth the budget, at least for this particular fiscal period, and we can do so by using some of the resources that we have acquired over time. The stabilization reserve is ultimately previous taxes or contributions that we've made in previous budget periods that ultimately weren't expended, and they went into this rainy day fund. And this is a period of time where I think using that to draw the projected tax rate increase down to 6.75% as opposed to 7.4 or 7.5 or whatever it was supposed to be, it's an indication to people in our community that council is actually listening to them. People that are living on fixed incomes and people that ultimately don't have the luxury of having employment income to deal with, I think ultimately I've heard, and I think we all have through the election, that ultimately they want to see us to be prudent and responsible. And I think using some of our reserves in that context is a prudent manner. I would have probably suggested it should have been $2 million, but I respected the fact that there would probably be reticent from some members of council to a larger number. So ultimately, I asked administration to propose the amount to bring it in at 6.75. Now, the reality is, I think if you've been listening, most of the municipalities in the province are talking about mill rate increases or budget increases to deal with things that they're dealing with individually and collectively. And some of those things are perpetrated by the provincial government, changing operating policies and things of that nature, which have impacted us, such as our automated traffic enforcement revenue that ultimately came down. Some would argue that probably getting rid of that was probably a prudent thing in any regard, and I won't debate that issue. But I think that we have the opportunity to do something this year. We can look next year based on the experience we had in reviewing the budget this year and the direction we can give to our administration to be prudent in the preparation of a budget for 2027 and beyond. And that's what we get to do next year. So in this context, I'll close off just by saying I would ask council to support this resolution. It's not a huge amount, but it's enough to bring it down into a meaningful thing that isn't out of line with what other communities are struggling with the same thing and are looking at similar kinds of tax mill rate increases in their budgets in the same context. So with that, I leave it to your discretion as to how you feel, but I support it because I think it makes prudent sense.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much. Can we get through the budget motions, or would you prefer to take a break, or can we do the budget motions before that?
Let's do the budget motions.
Okay, not seeing any, then we will move on with the budget motions. We'll ask for a motion for number 1. If I was on the right screen. Councillor Nguyen?
And to the councillor through the mayor, I would just bring your attention, we're going to put it up on the screen, but the amounts in the motion in the report are changed based on the previous motion. So we'll have it up on the screen for you to read it.
There you go, Councillor Nguyen.
Perfect, thank you. I'll move that council approve. Sorry, I'm just comparing these numbers. You're exactly the same as what we have in, right? No, they're not. Okay. Said that council approved the 2026 operating budget dated December 9, 2025, establishing total operating revenues and expenditures at $111,325,386, which includes $27,901,333 for the utilities budget, and adopted 2027 to 2029 operating financial plan forecast.
Thank you. I'll accept that motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
I will speak to the motion, and I won't add much besides what I mentioned about the motions which moved financial stabilization contingency reserve funds to offset property tax increase. I'm not going to vote in favor of our operating budget for 26 based on movement of reserve funds without a without an applicability of that on direction from council. So therefore, I'll not be voting in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, go ahead.
I think with the addition of the two amounts from the last meeting and from this meeting, I will support the budget. I've voted on many budgets, and I've never voted against a budget. Had council not voted for that, I probably would have been doing what Councillor Nguyen is doing, voting against the budget. But I will support the budget because I think going forward, it's prudent, and we will have the opportunity to have this discussion, as the mayor indicated in April, about further things that we can do to ensure that the budget is as prudent as possible. So in this context, I will vote to support the budget.
Thank you very much. Not seeing anybody else. Would you wish to close, Councillor Nguyen? Okay, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right, moving on to motion 2. Councillor Wesley, would you like to move that?
Sure can.
Go ahead.
I move that council approve the 2026 capital budget dated December 9th, 2025, establishing total capital revenues and expenditures at $18,557,317 and adopt the 2026 to 2035 10-year capital plan.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak to it?
Sure, I'll add a couple little things onto this budget, just my commentary. I just want to applaud my fellow councillors on sort of a great discussion and debate as far as the capital and the operating budgets go. As a new councillor, I'm very happy with the mentorship that all 6 of my colleagues have provided, and the guidance and the history, and that's been really helpful in helping me review the budget. I am going to support the 2026 capital budget. We've got a lot of really great things in there that I'm pretty happy about. As with any kind of budget that's derived through debate and consensus and many people, there's things in there that I'm happy about. There are things in there that are kind of compromised that I probably wish weren't in there. But all in all, I do support this capital budget.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ketcher?
So I'm just going to make the comment that I'll support the motion. I don't support the 10-year capital budget, the plan, but I will support this because this is a new council. We're going to come together, hopefully in early part of the year, and actually take a real look at the 10-year capital budget, because I honestly believe that that is prepared by administration, and we really haven't got to sink our teeth into it. As a new council, we have new council members on there, but I do disagree with the 10-year capital budget right now, but I will support the motion, knowing that we are going to have an opportunity to take a look at it and put our own mark on it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nguyen?
At the risk of sounding like Scrooge, I'm going to support this motion for the capital budget, and I just wanted to take a moment to commend our financial team for the layout of the budget and the budget presentation this year. I thought it was extremely well done, and I saw some modifications that maybe I suggested in the last term that were done to make it just more user friendly. So I think Fort Saskatchewan right now is going to see some fairly some fairly interesting developments around the city, which include the beginning of construction of a bike skills park, widening South Fort Boulevard, new playground equipment where it needs to be replaced, and things of this nature. So given that we have taken a look and been able to evaluate each of these proposals, I think there's going to be significant community benefit in 26 from the projects that are outlined in our capital budget. So stay tuned for that, and I'm pleased to support the capital budget based on what we've gone through and what it contains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Randawa?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to start off just by echoing some of those comments. The administration puts a lot of work into this budget over the course of the year, and thank you for all your efforts in putting this together. I think as a new councillor, you really come in at the 11th hour, almost literally, to a budget document that's been kind of living and breathing and being iterated on over the course of the year and over the course of past council decisions, which is why I voted against the operating budget personally. I just don't believe it fixes a lot of the spending questions or decisions that we talk about year over year. We're pulling a lot out of a rainy day reserve, and when I look outside, I don't see much rain. I think when we look at next year's budget, we'll probably be looking at another double-digit tax increase, so we'll be doing these same discussions again. So that's why I voted against the operating budget. When we look at the capital budget itself, I'll vote in favor of it because it holds two major, I think, keys which the city kind of wants, which is the pool and the fire hall. And, I think that's an important part of our city going forward. However, in terms of the total 10-year capital plan and where things are placed and how they're written, I don't really agree with it all. And I agree with Councillor Katcher that we as a council need to get into that. I think a lot of the capital budget becomes a lot of fluff and a lot of placeholders, and we need to actually put some weight behind those. And I hope council will even go a step further than that and start kind of changing the way we actually do our capital budget, because I don't think we do it properly at the moment. So I'll still vote for it just because of the two major projects that it holds within it. But overall, I think the operating budget doesn't really solve much going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Harris?
I'll support the capital budget. I would echo the comments that ultimately this council does have the opportunity, as we would with our strategic plan, to review the things that are important to us and reflective of what we believe our community needs and wants. And so, as we have right now, we have a list of projects that ultimately have, many of them, been on the books for quite some time. They've been timed accordingly. Those have been prudent discussions of previous councils. But this council, again, is the one that's in office, and we will have the opportunity to put our stamp on that for the next 5 to 10 years. So I'll support this one and look forward to the discussion going forward on the priorities for the future.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wesley, do you have anything on close? Not seeing any. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. All right, our last budget motion, I'll go to Councillor Blizzard as our library member to make that motion.
I'll make a motion that council approve the 2026 Fort Saskatchewan Public Library appropriation. Oh my gosh, tired. At $1,428,765. And in speaking to this, I've been on the library board. I know they watch where their money goes. They do a good job, and it's way more than books. The library does so much for the city as a whole, and I think the more you get involved, the more you see all that they do and all that they support. This is an important budget item.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any questions or debate. Do you wish to close?
I'm good.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. So it's 2:22. Are we good with 2:30 to come back? 2:30? Not seeing anyone shake their heads, so 2:30. Thank you. We'll take a quick break.
Josh.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So we are going to go into the public hearing portion of our agenda. This is my first public hearing in this chair, so please give me some latitude if I get the order incorrect. So I'll invite administration to come up to the desk. The process for this public hearing will be that administration will provide the opening comments and information, with council being able to ask them questions. Following this, the public will be invited to speak to the item, with those that are registered in advance to present first. Council can proceed in asking questions, and administration will come up again at the end for any follow-up questions from council. We will then move into business arising from the public hearing. I will open this public hearing at 2:32 for bylaw C-2525 and welcome administration to present.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Good afternoon. My name is Taj Banani. I'm here with Dean McCartney, here to present a brief summary of bylaw C-2525 to amend the MDP and Roseburn ASP to update their policies.
I'm just going to pause you for 1 second. You're going to have to be close to that mic since you have such a soft voice.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you so much.
To update their policies regarding street-oriented development fronting. My apologies. So, here today to present a brief summary of bylaw C-2525 to amend the MDP and Roseburn ASP to update their policies regarding street-oriented development fronting collector and arterial roads on a case-by-case basis. To begin, I'll recall some background information on this topic. In January 2021, Council adopted the MDP, which included a mobility policy stating encourage situating street-oriented development along collector and arterial roads to promote traffic calming and create an engaging street experience. In May of this year, Council adopted the Roseburn ASP, which included a residential land use policy you see here in front of you, stating where practical, increase street-oriented development by reducing flanking block frontages along collector roads. In last June, Council passed a motion directing administration to prepare a report on 1, the rationale for the MDP mobility policy at the time requiring street-oriented development along collector and arterial roads, and 2, the options and considerations for amending that MDP mobility policy in a way that would increase flexibility for street-oriented development to be along collector and arterial roads. In August, administration presented the requested report, and in accordance with the report's recommendations, Council directed administration to prepare amendments to the MDP and Roseburn ASP. Since then, administration prepared and presented the amendments to the earlier noted policies to ensure the safety and operational efficiency when considering street-oriented development. As a result, Council gave first reading to bylaws C-2525 and C-2625 on November 18th. As a result of Council's directive, if approved, bylaw C-2525 will revise the MDP mobility policy to read, encourage situating street-oriented development on a case-by-case basis along collector and arterial roads to promote traffic calming and create an engaging street experience without impacting the operational functionality. Housing types along collector and arterial streets should be reviewed for their suitability and potential impact on traffic flow and safety. Additionally, if approved, bylaw C-2625 will amend the Roseburn ASP by updating its land use policy 4517 to read, where practical, increase street-oriented development by reducing flanking block frontages along collector roads. Housing types along collector and arterial streets should be reviewed for their suitability and potential impact on traffic flow and safety. Updating both these policies will provide clear direction to administration and applicants to prioritize safety and functionality over aesthetics when considering the street-oriented housing along collector and arterial roads. The Roseburn ASP, within its Section 2.0 policy context, refers to the MDP Mobility Policy 836. This policy will be replaced to reflect the updated MDP policy. Administration provided notice of the public hearing in the Fort Saskatchewan Record for 2 consecutive weeks. Additionally, administration placed the notice on the city's website and promoted the public hearing on its social media feeds. Administration recommends that council give second and third readings to bylaw C-2525 and C-2625. That concludes our presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. So I'll just remind council that this is clarifying questions only, so don't get into any debate. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, when this was presented for first reading, I just had some questions on the verbiage, I suppose, and vocabulary used. So, and to further flesh out the meaning of this, it mentions, so housing types be reviewed for their suitability. When would it be interpreted that this product type is suitable and when it's not suitable? Can you speak just to that? You don't have to talk about safety and traffic flow. I think I understand that comprehensively, but what does that mean? Because it seems to be very subjective, and planning would be interpreting that and evaluating a proposal by a developer. So yeah, how does that word its utilization within what you're proposing here?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nguyen, I think that would be determined through the NSP or subdivision stage. So according to surrounding context and the development currently within those plans, we would determine the best housing products to be fronted along those roads.
How? What makes you look at a proposal, I guess, just very simply and say, yep, that fits in this area, this stretch of arterial road? And I mean, what you have a blank canvas right now, I suppose, in Roseburn. So you're creating it as you go, and I suppose incorporating this in arterial roadways right now would then say, okay, well, we've done that for a block and a half of distance, and now let's change it and then incorporate this type of housing product for the next, like that. How do you really define what the neighbor is going to look like, and when is this considered not suitable to incorporate?
Through your worship, if I can weigh in here, Tosh is correct. It would be identified at the neighborhood structure plan level. Typically what happens is a developer will submit the plans for the neighborhood, and then the operational experts will review the plans around a round table. In the case of Roseburn, there were blocks that were going to face onto a collector, and it was noticed from roads and waste that the lane configuration wasn't going to work. So in that case, they reversed the fronting so that they could address the lane configuration issues. There's no set criteria or checklist that would be used to determine suitability. It would be the input from the operational experts.
Okay, and I appreciate that response. And so everything from garbage collection to snow removal to how pedestrian traffic moves is evaluated essentially. And so maybe a further question to that, and I'll close my line of thinking, is because we have these two new large areas that are going to have more NSPs incorporated in them, like how much of this are we going to see that is going to be considered, I guess, advisable in the neighborhood? And why don't we have maybe a set list of criteria that can be applied to this modeling within the MDP? If you're saying that it is, criteria based on an operational level, is that not something that should be established prior to incorporation of this into our MDP?
Through the mayor, it is something that we could take away and give further thought to. I'm pretty happy with how the system is working so far because of what we went through with Roseburn. It was going to cause some issues. The orientation was going to cause some issues. The team came together and identified that early on. But it is something that we could take away and further refine. Yeah, perhaps. And maybe that could establish some continuity with this type of housing product and maybe consistency through neighborhoods, but that's opinion. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, I just have some clarifying questions about potential words in here. I always struggle with the word should versus shall. So should be reviewed for their suitability and potential impact. Is there a reason why it says should and doesn't say shall be reviewed for their ...
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, I'm not too sure why the certain wording was chosen. Perhaps someone else on the administration could talk to that.
Mr. McCartney. Sure. Do you want to, or no? Ms. Smith, do good.
Through your worship, the municipal development plan does define should and shall. Should is to the planning administration's discretion. I do believe that discretion would be applied if council wanted more confidence. Shall would mean that it will always be applied, but I believe that discretion.
So it's kind of like it may be reviewed for suitability and potential impact on traffic, but then it may not be. Is that sort of what this is kind of saying, Janelle?
Through the mayor, yes, the planning authority could make the decision to not undertake that review. It would be very surprising if they did make that decision, but as it's written, they could.
Okay. Not to belabor it too much, then if it would be very unlikely to them to make that decision, why wasn't the word shall used then?
Ms. Smith-Dugan.
Through the mayor, that's likely an oversight. Shall would be appropriate as well.
All right, and just maybe one other just clarifying comment or question. When you look at potential impact on traffic flow and safety, how is that measured, and at what level does that potential impact on traffic flow and safety become significant or raise a concern?
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, that would be determined through operations. Engineering would determine that.
Mr. McCartney?
Also, I'll just add to that. You can do traffic impact analysis and things like that to evaluate the traffic flow and things like that, and to ensure the safety of the pedestrians and things like that. So there is sort of a science behind evaluating that. I'm not a transportation expert, but we do have that expertise that could be tapped into.
Okay, awesome. And so at what level does that become a concern? Now, I know I'm putting you on the spot after you said, don't put me on the spot, but where does it go from? I'm just trying to see the tipping point for where, hey, it got an impact, but no big deal, to, oh my gosh, we got to review this thing. The impact is huge. I'm just trying to get a sense for the line there.
If I may, can I clarify what you're meaning in terms of, are you talking about the operational aspect of the road, or are you talking about safety?
Probably more in the flow and safety. Both, I guess. Both things mentioned there. I'm a politician, so I'm going to kind of be loosey-goosey, keep all my options open, and put you on the spot.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, I think as Ms. Smith was alluding to, there is a comprehensive review of those plans being put forward, and there's a number of people involved with the administration that do review these plans to basically ensure that they're aligning with policies and any other sort of standards or directives that we have as an organization. So I can't give you a straight yes or no. When does it become like we have to do this? But I think it comes down to, like, when we get the plan, there are certain technical studies that are required to be provided with those plans that will support the project or potentially identify things where we need to make changes, etc.
Can I ask one little question, and then I'll be quiet? Just further into I guess the first sentence where it says without impacting the operational functionality. And when I read the sentence, I'm unclear as to the operational functionality of what, the street-oriented development, the arterial roads, or the street experience. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, or maybe it's just a fuzzy Tuesday for me. But I'm just trying to get my sense around impacting the operational functionality of what exactly.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wesley, that would be referring to the collector and arterial roads.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much.
And Councillor Wesley, if you did want more information on that, you could add it to the councillor inquiries at the end.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Harris?
So I guess this is a question of Ms. Dugan-Smith. So obviously planning philosophy changes over time, and we've seen lots of evolution of planning context. Is this kind of a modification in planning policies? Because in the past, I think what we were trying to do when we created the West Park Area Structure Plan, for example, is our major collectors were ultimately dedicated to traffic and dedicated to the movement of people within neighborhoods, across neighborhoods. So now we're seeing something that almost looks like it's moving towards having this street-oriented development. Would you suggest that is a change in planning thinking to do that for whatever reason? And will we see more of this? Because ultimately, I think I kind of was against what happened with Qualico's development when they moved from West Park Drive into a front-facing lots. It's turned out to be okay, but I'm not sure whether or not I'm comfortable with it everywhere, all at once and everywhere sort of thing. What can you say in terms of the philosophy of planning in today's planning milieu?
Through the mayor, yes, I would agree that this is a change in philosophy that's evolved over the past few years.
Okay.
But it's not limited to planning. It's also a change in philosophy when it comes to traffic calming. So the orientations of the past were found to encourage speeding. The changes that are being incorporated into this policy are intended to discourage speeding. So it is something that has evolved over time for planning purposes in terms of creating a more welcoming street, but also for slowing cars down.
So if we were to adopt this, and I'm not necessarily against it, obviously I think it's a grappling with a new concept, if you will. But if we adopt that and then the evolution of planning thinking changes again, and we've got all of these front-facing lots onto major roadways, how do you get back out of that? I mean, if we move in this direction, we're going to move in this direction because it makes sense from a planning context.
Through the mayor, as we build our communities, we will adopt policies, and it typically takes 5 to 10 years before you see the results of those policies. So as the planning department and as the engineering department, we're always looking back, we're watching our neighborhoods, and we're identifying what's working and what's not working. It is possible that in the future we'll recognize some of our designs don't function as well as we wanted it to. When that happens, we will try to develop strategies to try to mitigate those issues moving forward. There are interim measures that you can put in. We've got a lot of smart people in our organization that look at what our neighbors are doing and go, okay, what can we do a little bit better? There's no silver bullet, but we're always watching and trying to make things work a little better.
So as a professional planner, you believe this is a prudent thing for City Council to adopt at this point in time?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Catcher.
Okay, so just for clarity, everything is already in the MDP, they're in the bylaws and policies, with the exception of the case-by-case basis.
Through the mayor, with the exception of the case-by-case basis and the blue text starting with without impacting.
Okay, so and the reason that this change was made because council missed it when we approved the MDP a number of years ago, but then roundabouts were put in which were in conflict with front facing.
Through the mayor, that is the situation that unfolded that led to the motion that got us to here.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ndawa.
Yeah, sure. Bear with me for a moment, please, as I ask some real horsey ducky type questions. But The way it's done now is everything in the black. We're adding the blue.
Through the mayor to Councillor Wendawa, yes. That's
Okay.
correct, yeah.
So if we didn't have this passed, we would just be encouraging street-oriented development then, not really on a case-by-case basis.
Through the mayor, yes.
So could you, like, at a high level, 35,000 foot view, like, tell me what that would look like if that wasn't the case, like, let's say in South Fort or in West Park? Like, would South Fort Drive and West Park Drive all have houses where there's fences right now when you're driving down that main road? Is that the way to, like, look at this at a very simplistic level, or no?
Through the mayor, a very simplistic level, we would just determine the level of roads and best place the housing types that would fit. I don't think we would put it on those main arterials, but
Okay, so when I look at, let's say, Allard Way or something, we would see a lot more of that.
Through the mayor, Allard Way is front-facing street-oriented.
Yes.
To your question about West Park Drive, the east portion of West Park Drive would be rear-oriented. That's what we're trying to move away from.
Yes.
The west portion of West Park Drive is front-facing.
So more
That's
of that.
what we're trying to move towards.
So I'm gonna try to word this as a question. I understand that having houses face roads rather than fences kind of, changes the perception as you're going down a road in a vehicle. It changes the way you'd speed and so forth. The reverse of that is, though, that on the streets that we have it, you also then have kids playing on the front. And then you hear from houses when you're going around, oh, well, my kid was running around and, like, cars are flying down. I don't hear that where there's fences. So help me understand how that does make traffic safety differences.
yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Wendawa, when houses are facing these collector and arterial roads, the speed limits will also be decreased. There will be changes due to operations and whatnot. So there will be these certain factors that'll change, along with these houses fronting these roads. If other administration wants to chime in.
Okay.
Ms. Smith-Duguid? Mr. McCartney, go ahead.
Sorry. I could add, I think when you have the front facing, the idea is that the hope is that people, because they're experiencing the street different, they tend to drive more to those conditions. I mean, at the end of the day, I can't control whether or not I can control myself, but I can't control you. So, I mean, the idea here is that the affinity fence is facing back on, feels and looks like an expressway, as Councillor Harris was kind of alluding. He didn't use that term, but I am. But it's kind of like that idea that you just move cars, where the front facing is more that pedestrian experience. So hopefully with more pedestrians, you're more aware and that you will slow down and experience the neighborhood at a slower pace as opposed to racing through from destination. That's the perception. Again, at the end of the day, behaviors, people will do what they'll do.
For sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Blizzard?
So speed limit was alluded to, but I thought we were going to have the collector roads have more of a 50 speed limit, a little bit faster, because at some point you want to be able to move a bit. And saying that, the front facing on West Park Drive still is 50. And I remember we talked about that here, because that was one of the things was, if they're front facing, we still need some through roads that get you from A to B a little bit faster than 40. And today I went down to 40 and followed someone going 30 all the way. I mean, you can't control traffic, but we can certainly control some speed limits. Isn't that the goal, to have some arterial roads that are a little bit faster so you come from the smaller side streets?
Mr. McCartney?
Sure, thank you. I can't speak to the controlling of the speed limit. I think that's more on the engineering side of things. I believe we have that standard established. I can't speak to it. I think what was being stated is that typically we want to see the slower speed limit or how the traffic is flowing on the street. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I think I can't tell you exactly what the speed limit is of every road.
No, I know, but I think we did have a guideline of collector and arterial roads to have a little bit higher speed. Maybe I'm mistaken.
So
Maybe it was only
through the
collector.
planning process, we would establish those, I believe, through the area structure plan and the neighborhood structure plans, what roads will be at these speeds. Because of course, through the engineering process, the drawings will reflect what signage is going to be put up on those roads.
Okay.
Ms. Smith-Duguid, do you have information on that?
Through the mayor, yes, only because this came up earlier this week. Many of the collector roads are planned to be 40 kilometers an hour, and the arterial roads are planned to be 50 kilometers an hour.
Okay, and this would be collector, not arterial. Actually, it says both, so there'll be some 50 on these front facing. I guess the only issue, and I like the case by case though,
Is it a question? Just before you get into thought?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
No. Okay, I'll say it later.
Just checking. Okay, still on questions, Councillor Harris.
So relative to how we move traffic and how we move pedestrians and bicycles, Fort Saskatchewan appears to have an edge in many kind of urban developments than other more mature neighborhoods. In other words, we have a 3-meter path on one side and we have a concrete sidewalk on the other. With this new stuff, how will it look? Will it be houses just looking straight in? Because in West Park what we did was we put some houses on one side and then we had no parking on the other side so that we could still have pretty much the same carriageway. And there was that 3-meter paved trail on one side, and then in front of the houses was a cement sidewalk, concrete sidewalk. What do you envision the built form looking like when this policy change takes place and we get into the actual development of the neighborhood itself? What will the streets look like?
I guess I can't directly answer that question because I think that's part of the case by case is each streetscape could be a bit different. So through the neighborhood structure plan, we would have that profile of what each street will be looking like. So the housing form will be established through the neighborhood structure plan.
Yeah.
And when we establish that, that'll also then decide the profile of what that streetscape looks like, whether it's 3-meter pedestrian corridor, like a 3-meter paved path versus I forget the measurement you gave for the sidewalk.
Yeah, sidewalk's probably about 1.5 meters, maybe 2. So my question goes to the point is, so we'll look at it on a case-by-case basis with this philosophical point of view. And then ultimately we may have houses facing onto the street, in which case we're not going to have a paved trail in front of some houses and a concrete sidewalk in the other. So then my question comes around, and it's maybe rhetorical at this point, how will we ensure that we maintain the integrity of our trail network that does move people quite efficiently? And bicycles and pedestrians, they move very nicely on our trails. Could you see some challenges in that regard?
I don't know if I see challenges. I see opportunity more through the neighborhood structure planning process. So through that, we will figure out the pedestrian network and how we move the vehicles and the people and things like that.
So administration will be left to administration. Last question. Last question is, administration will then look at it and make the decision, and we might find out about it as a council, as a policy body, after the fact.
Well, those decisions, the neighborhood structure plan is approved by council.
Okay, good. So we will have an opportunity then to have sober second thought relative to that particular streetscape, if you will, that block or series of blocks or neighborhood, is what you're saying.
That's what I agree, and now I understand it.
Okay, as long as we, at this level, still have the opportunity to look at it and say it's making sense or it's not, notwithstanding, I don't want to encumber the developer unnecessarily, but the built form from our community is our responsibility.
Oh, sorry, pushed the wrong button. Councillor Nguyen.
It might be more confused than when we started, which is not a great feeling. But I have two questions. And to Councillor Harris's point, got me thinking. I mean, Pineview Arterial Road, I think would be, yeah, the Ring Road. This would be street-oriented development. So is Allard Way, right? So, I mean, there are a variety of interpretations of this housing product. I don't think we're going to Pineview style of this type of housing product again, but it's very discretionary to our planning and development team, and obviously the developer's proposal of what maybe market trends are to build this type of streetscape. I'm going to ask one question on the wording, and from past experience in council meetings, it's not really our job to wordsmith anything at all, but was there different consideration for the wording of this that would, if we already have encouraging the street oriented development embedded along, like that could have been read along collector and arterial roads and then stopped, and this shall be done on a case by case basis. Like the clarity of these two sentences to me gives me no direction as to what you're about or how you're about to utilize it, right? So if it's really, we need to look at this as individual development applications at neighborhood structure plan level, then that should be more clearly defined. I mean, was there a different maybe wording to this that made it clear to planning, or are you very comfortable with how it sits right now?
Through the mayor, maybe I'll weigh in on this one. So there were different iterations of the wording that were considered. The wording that's in front of you, we believe mirrored the motion that was approved by council, and that's why it was put in front of you the way it is. I just want to put it forward a couple points of clarification. Pineview is street-oriented housing. However, it has driveways going onto a collector road, and per our engineering design standards, we strongly discourage that. So I would say Pineview is not a great example to look at if you're looking for an apples-to-apples comparison. The other thing I'd like to make sure is clear for the members of council is that you are ultimately the decision-making authority when it comes to area structure plans and neighborhood structure plans. So if a plan comes before you and you're not happy with the block configuration, that is completely within your authority to say you want those changes. Planning will take this policy and use it as we work with the applicant to refine what ultimately comes before you, but the decision lies with council.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I'll be done for now. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Don't move anywhere right now. We do have one registered speaker for public delegations. Is there anyone in the audience here who's going to speak to this item in delegations? Not seeing any, so you guys can remain where you are. You don't have to jump back and forth. We do have one registered delegation, Andrew Usnick, and he is on your live feed there. Perfect. Welcome, Andrew. Please speak your name and if you are for or against, and you will have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Andrew Usnick, and I'm speaking today as the volunteer chair of Build Edmonton's Fort Saskatchewan Committee, speaking in favor of the bylaw.
Sorry,
I just wanted to make myself...
Mr. Usnick, can you pause 1 second? Can we have them try and turn the volume up? We just can barely hear you. If you can just wait 1 second. Mr. Usnick, our volume is as loud as it can go. Do you want to try something on your end, and then we'll give it a go again?
Can you hear me now if I speak a little louder?
You'll just have to speak as loud as you can. You're still a little bit boxy, but we'll take what we can get. Go ahead. Start again.
Perfect. All right. My name is Andrew Usnick. I'm speaking today as the volunteer chair of Build Edmonton's Fort Saskatchewan Committee, speaking in favor of the bylaw. I do not have a presentation. I just wanted to make myself available to council in case there are any questions specific to industry.
Thank you very much. I do have Councillor Ketcher first. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. So it was the Roseburn area structure plan or development that spurred this on. During the council meeting, I had asked you the question, were you required to do street orientated? Why were you looking at doing street orientated around a traffic circle? And if you can just go back and just tell us the story about how we got here.
Through your worship to Councillor. Yes, so as you pointed out in your questions to administration, and I think Councillor Randall echoed something similar, the policy as it exists today in the MDP essentially requires that development adjacent to a collector and arterial road front onto that road. It was, or I should say is, a fairly rigid policy. So when we were going through the planning process, both the area structure plan and the neighborhood structure plan for Roseburn, we discovered pretty quickly that there was some nuance and difficulty with that policy. In some cases, there was areas where public works, it just would not, facilitate the operations of the city to have front-facing product. There were issues of safety around intersections where there were two major roads intersecting with each other. So as a result, we went through the area structure plan and neighborhood structure plan, and we were able to, find solutions that created something that was, workable. But it was very clear at that point that the MDP policy, which really should govern all the area structure plans and neighborhood structure plans in the city, would continue to have these limitations moving forward.
Great, thank you very much. And the wording case-by-case basis, do you believe that will give developers enough flexibility to work with administration to at least have their side of the story told to council when these plans are coming forward?
Through your worship to Councillor, yes, I'm comfortable with the wording, and industry is. As Ms. Smith-Duguid mentioned before, every application is reviewed and vetted by your administration, both your planners, your engineers, your public works, your operational departments. So by the time something comes to council for an inevitable decision, the hope is that all the stakeholders will have already been able to come up with a solution that balances those different priorities. And inevitably, if there is still misalignment, council would have the ultimate decision whether they were to follow the recommendation of the developer who's the proponent and prepares the applications, or if they wanted to follow the recommendation of their administration. But at least with this change in wording now, there is the opportunity to discuss and appreciate the nuance, because at an MDP level, you don't have the benefit of understanding things like engineering constraints at an NSP level. So I think it is really important to keep that door open so that the conversation can be had.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, clarifying questions, Councillor Nguyen.
I think some of my questions have just been answered, so I appreciate the response, Mr. Usnick. Effectively, does this change a lot to you? And I think you kind of touched on this, but you're working as a developer. You'd be working with our administration, and then there is verbiage right now in our MDP that's for interpretation. And I guess does this really affect change when it comes to the applicability of this housing type? Because I think this has already been done, and it's subjective to when the development community has this type of product proposal to come forward. It's going to be evaluated the same way. So are we accomplishing anything, I suppose, is the question.
Through your worship to the councillor, I mean, I would agree with your assessment of the fact that we were able for Roseburn to identify the issue and not let it completely stop progress. But it did highlight the problems with the policy. And I think it is prudent, if we identify those things, to go back and amend the policy, because there's going to be many future applications where this same policy would apply to. So, I mean, I appreciate the fact that both administration and council recognize that, and we were able to, proceed as we would have otherwise under the circumstances of the Roseburn approvals. But I also think it's good housekeeping to make sure that in the future, we deal with this now. And of course, council will see future applications from many other proponents.
Right. Thanks for that answer. just further questions. Since you're here, and we're kind of talking about the broader sense of this type of development and how we're going to see it play out. Since we have Roseburn ongoing right now, I've personally never heard someone say, I love the street experience. People say I love their homes and their lot and their yard, and the street experience is. I'm trying to get my head around how future homeowners are going to perceive, utilize, and be able to enjoy this as an integral housing product, especially if we see escalation of these types of applications. So maybe you could just comment on two things. If there's, what the intent of the magnitude of this type of housing product is going to be is, and also where you see the value in this housing type as well.
Yes, through your worship to Councillor. I do see the value in it. I see the value in it in moderation. I was not a supporter of the MDB policy, basically directing it to be everywhere in all cases. I don't think that was a benefit. But when we talk about the benefits of having some of this housing product in the community, first, I'll go back to a comment Councillor Harris made. For a collector road and arterial road in Fort Saskatchewan, the pedestrian infrastructure is dictated by the road type, not the adjacent housing. So there will always be a asphalt trail and separate concrete walk along every collector and every arterial. But if, for example, you had product fronting onto that road, I would say one of the benefits is, as a pedestrian, it's more enjoyable when you're on a walk or when you're cycling to not have to interface with any driveways converging onto that road. So when we look at options for planning around a community, those areas where we're going to see the highest amount of cyclists and walking traffic, we typically want to discourage front driveways converging onto that road. On the flip side, administration commented earlier, and I would agree with the fact that when you have only product that's backing onto that road, it is my understanding that the speed limit for these roads is not dictated by the product type. So hypothetically, if the speed limit on a collector room is 40 and an arterial road is 50, that doesn't change with the housing product. However, what it is looking to do in terms of design is ensuring people, to the best of our abilities, follow that speed limit. And there is a lot of data and research that's been done that shows on a road with all backing product on the same, we'll call it hypothetical 40 kilometers per hour speed limit road, it's more likely people will exceed that than if on that same road there's product fronting onto it. So I think the benefit in that case is you're promoting vehicles to follow the speed limit, even though the speed limit itself is the same. So I think those are two big benefits of it, but I would also say to have it in 100% of cases is sometimes problematic. And I know council mentioned during Roseburn specifically the concern about having it right at an intersection of two of these roads for safety concerns, for the possibility of children playing in front of those roads. That's an example of an area where you can have a conversation with administration and say, we know you don't want 100% of the housing product backing onto these roads, but there are cases where it makes sense and cases where it doesn't. And let's be practical with how we design our communities and kind of do the best we can.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Rendawa.
Yeah, thank you very much for your for being here, Mr. Usnick. It's great to see you again after a couple terms. I appreciate you talked about the rigidness in this policy. I kind of share those concerns. I guess my question would be almost the flip being, does this change enough? Like, I don't personally believe maybe 100% is right for having front-facing everywhere, but in your opinion, do you have a professional belief of how much should be the mix? And does this policy change kind of not only alleviate your concerns, but allow us to build a neighborhood in that direction?
Through your worship to the councillor, there's not a specific number I would say is the sweet spot, especially because every community we build and every piece of land we have has different transportation infrastructure that goes past our land that we need to incorporate in as a boundary condition. So you can't take a one-size-fits-all approach to this. However, the importance and the benefit of going through the planning process as we do with area structure plan approval by council, neighborhood structure approval by council, zoning approval by council, is you've got the benefit of these touch points with council so that the developer or the proponent is able to explain to council the reasons why they made a decision, and in this case, the reasons why they have a split of that kind of product and what it looks like in the grander scheme of the community. And if it is something that council is uncomfortable with, council has the ability to refer that proponent back to make changes, or conversely, if administration is supportive, or if the proponent has just laid out a case that council feels is practical and reasonable and a benefit to the community, that application gets approved. So we have these check-in points for sure, but I couldn't tell you an exact split because every community and the boundary conditions for those communities can be quite a bit different.
Okay, and do you feel this change does enough to remove the rigidness from the process or from the MDP currently?
Through your worship, the councillor, I do. I think administration heard some very pointed comments from council at the last go around, and at the end of the day, administration really is working towards delivering the community that council is directing them to do. And I can understand the difficult position they are in, because when they have an approved policy in an MDP that council approved, I can understand why they would be digging their feet in the ground defending that policy. But like I said, between a potential change in that policy today and the very specific feedback that council did give to the last administration, or pardon me, to the current administration, but the last council, I am very optimistic that there is going to be just a different approach taken with future applications as they come forward to admin.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Harris?
Kind of I'll put this question out to probably Ms. Duguid-Smith or Dean, possibly yourself. Neighborhoods over the last 30 years have followed a curvilinear design, by and large, which ultimately did allow major roadways to serve the connection between neighborhoods and areas in the community. Do we see a move away from curvilinear design to grid kind of design? Typically, I grew up in Lethbridge, and most of the old part of Lethbridge was streets and avenues, 90 degrees. That was it. I don't think we got a 90-degree road anywhere in this community. It's all curvilinear. So where do you see that going, and how does this policy fit into that in relation to where we see this new type of development coming? What's that going to look like? What's your view of the future in that regard?
Through your worship to the councillor, I would agree. Curvilinear versus grid kind of reminds me of signalized intersections and roundabouts. It feels like every 10 years, the professional bodies have a different feeling on where the benefit is. I think recently, not just in Fort Saskatchewan, across the region, there has been a push to go back to more of a grid style. The reason being, as it's been explained to me, it provides an opportunity to be more efficient delivering operations from the city's end. But I don't know if that is the only reason. But I don't think in terms of the policy that we're discussing today, either approach changes much. I use Roseburn as an example only because it's my community. We have a major collector road that follows a curve in order to be able to tie into a more grid-like pattern on the future lands south and west of us. So in our case, we have both. I think it works quite well, but I would definitely agree from my conversations I've had with your planning department, there is a desire to see a more grid style development moving forward. And I've seen both executed very well. The one caveat I will put on that is if you have a piece of land with a lot of environmentally sensitive areas, whether it be wetland or high value tree stands, it can be very difficult to deliver a grid format. You sometimes need those curved roads to be able to work around those natural features and keep them incorporated in. In the case of Roseburn, there was no retained wetlands, so it wasn't as hard to do. But if I were looking at another piece of land where you've got retained wetlands, I would suggest you'd probably see more curve in those roads to be able to protect those pieces of natural infrastructure.
Yeah, so then the wording that's really crucial here is on a case-by-case basis. We will adopt certain philosophies going forward relative to the overall built form of our community in the future. But what you just answered my question really, I think, is really an important consideration here. So it's a case-by-case basis, and ultimately that still gives council the opportunity to, you know, be the final arbiter of it in any regard. So thank you very much for that response.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any more questions for you, Mr. Usnick. Thank you very much for being here. We always appreciate your perspective and that of Build. So thank you so much.
I apologize if it sounded like I was yelling, because I was yelling into my mic.
It didn't. It honestly wasn't yelling to us. It was very quiet. So, but thank you so much for bearing with us with that. Thank you. There is no one in the audience that changed their mind, who wants to come up and speak. Excellent. I'll invite administration to come back up. Is there any more clarifying questions of administration? Not seeing any, I will close the public hearing at 3:22 and we'll move into business arising from public hearing and welcome administration to present on second reading.
Okay, good afternoon again. Here to present a summary of bylaw C2625 for second reading to amend the MDP and Roseburn ASP to update their policies regarding street-oriented development, fronting, collector, and arterial roads on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you very much. I'll go to a motion. Councillor Harris. We're looking for C2525.
We're looking for second reading of C2525 to amend bylaw C3120 in the report. Good.
Perfect. Go ahead.
I'd be prepared to put this on the table. I think we've had an interesting discussion, and it's going to obviously take probably some planning discussions, maybe some workshops to really flesh this out going forward so that we're ultimately totally comfortable with it. The one interesting thing here when I look at in 8.3.6 talks about and potential impact of traffic flow and safety. I think there's more than just traffic flow and safety. If anything, it's topography, traffic flow and safety. And it goes to what Mr. Usnick just mentioned in relation to looking at the nature of the topography in any community and those unique features like tree stands or wetlands and things of that nature that you want to work around and integrate them into the community in a meaningful way that adds value in its own right. So, but I'd be prepared to put this motion on the table to at least get the discussion going.
Did you, sorry, Councillor Harris, did you actually read it in?
As presented.
Thank you.
Second reading as presented on our screens.
All right, I'll accept that motion. You've spoken in favor. Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, I wonder if Councillor Harris's indulgence, if I could offer a friendly amendment to change the word should to the word shall to sort of reflect what actual practice is and what the intent of this wording is, and maybe offer a little bit more transparency and clarity as to the intention of this particular policy.
I'll just ask you, Councillor Harris, first. Do you have a... Sorry, do you want to just click on your mic?
In the context of this motion, that council gives second reading to bylaw to amend the city missed by amending policy 2, encourage, where do you propose to put
last
shall?
Sentence. At the end. Very last sentence, should to shall.
housing types along collector and arterial streets should, I suggested, be changed to shall, reviewed for their suitability and so on.
Does that, the question that I have of administration, does that hamstring our ability to be creative if we go from should to shall?
If anyone disagrees with it, we can go into debate on it.
Well, I'm not against that. I'm just trying to understand.
It's just one word, so if it is, I'll accept it as a friendly as long as we have unanimous. Is there anybody? No? Okay, that's fine. So, Councillor Wesley, you're welcome to put an amending motion on for debate if you'd like.
If there's not unanimous consent, not really. Okay. I just it's a preference, but it's not a hill I'm willing to fight on.
No problem. Okay. Are you good then?
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Kaiser, did you want? We just threw a little bit at you there.
To the mayor, that's okay. I had an amending motion prepared to achieve Councillor Wesley's intent. It would require an amendment to Section 1 of Bylaw C 2525. But as Councillor Wesley said, not a hill that he's willing to die on, so to speak. So
okay.
Completely up to him whether or not he would like to make that amendment.
No, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Councillor Blizzard, go ahead.
I guess I'll start with the should versus shall. I think should is okay because it encourages it, but if, maybe there's a reason that it doesn't have to be done, so it doesn't have to be shall do. So I'm okay with the should. And the other thing that I was didn't have a question earlier, was just, and this is kind of in general, not this specific one, but like was stated before, sometimes we don't see the results of what we're doing now for 5, 7, 10 years. And I hope this is a good move because I do think sometimes having everything street oriented, as was brought up by, I think it was Andrew Usnick with the bike lanes, I totally agree. I much prefer a pathway that is just straight and you're not worried about a driveway and someone backing out all the time. Even when I just walk through our neighborhood, I get that you have to have that. But when I'm walking straight stretches or the city's pathways, it's so much nicer that you can go and not worry so much. You still have to worry about bikes zooming by that don't alert you, but it's a whole different way of walking and safety. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the rear oriented. And I think West Park, which one is it called? Not West Park Way, the one by 7-Eleven, 95A. I don't think it has a name. That's a good example. It's all rear facing. A sidewalk on one side, pathway on the other side. You can zip through without worrying about someone coming out. So I like this because there are reasons that we should have backyard facing streets, for the movability of everyone else. Edmonton is building bike lanes like crazy because of all these driveways that, are in the way of impeding bicycle riding. So I like this. I will definitely support it, and hopefully we're not looking back on this in 10 years going, oops.
Let's hope. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you very much to everyone for the presentations and so forth. A lot of good comments made. Well, I can't speak to, how the MDP and everything happened before I was on council. I can't speak to this, and I feel it's a step in the right direction, 100%. The way the policy is currently, it's just way too rigid. I don't even know if this goes far enough, in my opinion. I do have hesitations with even encouraging a lot of street-facing development along roads where we need to move people. The city is getting bigger and bigger. We need to continue to move people around this city in a fast, efficient, safe manner, and I think there's nothing safer than driving down a road where there's a fence on either side, to be honest, rather than driving down a road where you have front-facing houses. And I was young once as well, and kids will inevitably play in front of their houses. And I don't know if this goes far enough. I hope it does, because I don't think we should be really encouraging a lot of street-oriented development in some of these streets where we have to move traffic. We need to focus on moving traffic in areas. We need to focus on keeping people safe. And I understand we want to create an engaging street experience, but I think that's really a nice to have. For me, it's more moving traffic and creating safe neighborhoods. So I'll support this, and I hope it does go far enough.
Thank you. Councillor Ketcher?
Okay, so I'm going to make this simple because I'm going to support all of these motions so that I don't have to weigh in for all of them. But the MDP, when we approved it, was done during COVID. So we were all online. We were all about this big, and everybody had a real difficult time with talking and everything. And I still go back to, I pushed hard for some changes, but it just wasn't connecting with people, with our council at that point in time. So I really pushed hard for some. But this one really became apparent when the Roseburn came forward, and all of a sudden they had street orientated and they had a traffic circle with houses facing it. It was like, what the heck? Like, this is not safe. We already know how traffic fly through our traffic circles in West Park, and they go pretty fast. So I think the reality really sunk in that, what was approved in the MDP, it was maybe a good thought at the time, but in the reality, it was found to be a nuance, as Mr. Usnick said. And the good news is we recognized it. And all of council, and it was unanimous, all of council said, we need to fix this. So we said, let's deal with it now. And it was unanimous to bring back, and the wording case by case softened it. Does it do enough? I don't know or not, but at least it allows the developer to have that conversation without being shut down, because under the MDP, the shalls of the world, I really hate the word shall, because that means they must. And when they see shall or must in a document, it's not their fault. They're going to adhere to it. They absolutely are, because we've told them to. So I just say this is going to be a good fix at this point in time. And yes, going forward, as we see other nuances, that's our opportunity as a council. That's what we've been hired to do if we see something that doesn't work. So I thank you very much for keeping this motion alive and moving it forward. And I will wholeheartedly support all of them. I'm not going to speak to all of them, though. Thank you.
Councillor Nguyen.
I'll make an amending motion to remove our street-oriented development from the NDP. That's a joke.
I'll accept that motion. No.
Yeah, I do have, looking at new ASPs and looking at how this product has been integrated into various communities, it is kind of a neat thing, and it juxtaposes some other types of housing that we have, and kind of creates the diversity in housing types and neighborhoods. So I'm not strictly opposed to it. It has its place. I'm glad that is going to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. I wanted to ask one question of our deputy city manager along, because the shall, should conversation was answered, and I asked questions as well about the wording of it. So I thought you said that it was potentially amiss in the wording where it shall be reviewed, and the reason I want to ask this of you is because if this is going to be done, then I do believe that word should be utilized. Wait, shall be. Yeah. So it seems like that word shall would more encompass the intent of what planning is trying to achieve right now, and. Yeah, what would be the response to that?
Through the mayor, shall is definitely more definitive as to how it's supposed to be approached. That being said, planning has invested a lot of time into this conversation. I don't think it's going to be forgotten anytime soon.
I would agree with that, and then I'll take the path of Councillor Wesley and entrust our planning and development department with, which I think ultimately is what's going to happen anyway with the application of this amendment to our NDP. So we will still be seeing these come forward through the developer and your department on a case-by-case basis, and I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Councillor Harris, do you wish to close? Go ahead.
Fruitful discussion on this. I think ultimately we'll just park this in the back of our minds in relation to seeing how this thing moves forward going forward. But I have nothing more to add. I think it's been a fulsome discussion.
Thank you very much. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried. Do you wish to continue with third?
I would. I would then move that council...
Oh, my apologies. Go ahead, start again.
I would then move that council give third reading to bylaw C25 to amend bylaw C3120, the City of Fort Saskatchewan Municipal Development Plan by amending policy 8.36 as identified in the report.
Thank you very much. I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
Nothing more.
Is there any discussion or debate? Not seeing any. Do you wish to close?
No.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Thank you very much. Councillor Ketcher, did you want to make the third motion? Do you wish to continue?
Doesn't matter. The council gives second reading to, let's see, this one, second reading to bylaw, whoops.
C2625.
Or did we? Second reading to bylaw C2625 to amend bylaw C925, the Roseburn Area Structure Plan by amending policy 4.5.1.7 and policy 8.3.6 as in the report.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak into it?
No.
Any discussion or debate? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment and further to the wholesome discussion we've had. I mean, there's subjectivity to, and will be garnered by a department on the applicability of each of these. Effectively, the wording in here to me, and when I refer to this back when we see these type of development proposals, is going to be asking how is this practical, because where practical is being used, and then you have the intent of increasing this type of development. So I mean, it'll be an area of an examination, I suppose, for further scrutiny from council when these development proposals come through. Once again, I don't think it's going to affect what the developer is ultimately going to place forward through us based on their vision of their specific communities. So I will be thinking in that methodology through the process of this this MDP interpretation. Thank you.
Councillor Ketcher, do you wish to close?
Yes, I'll just make the comment. This will make a difference with the development community in how their subdivisions are brought forward, because under the old or the existing MDP, they would not have a choice except to bring front forward facing street orientated. So this gives them the flexibility to bring their ideas and their vision of what they would like to see, and hopefully council will support that vision, but it gives them flexibility where we didn't have that before.
Thank you. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried. Do you want to finish off third reading? Just click on your mic. Sorry, I should have left it on. There you go.
The council give third reading to bylaw C26 25 to amend bylaw C9-25, the Roseburn Area Structure Plan by amending policy 4.5.1.7 and policy 8.3.6 as shown in the report.
Thank you very much. Any comments? No, not seeing any discussion or debate. No close. Please cast your vote. Thank you very much. Mr. Hudson, you've been very patient. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and then we will be on Edmonton Global. So it's 3:41, 3:51, 3:51. Set our alarms. All right.
Anyway, I'm not carrying around paper. Most importantly, I used paper anyway. So.
All right, we are back from our break and moving on with the agenda. So we're just jumping back a little bit to delegations. Before we get into 9.2, I will welcome Sheldon Hudson, who's registered to speak, up to the mic. And he is speaking on 9.2. You'll state your name if you are, what you're, I guess we're not in public hearings, so you can just state your name and why you're here. And you will have 5 minutes.
So my name is Sheldon Hudson. I'm here at, My name is Sheldon Hudson. I'm here to speak to the Edmonton Global issue that you heard about earlier today. I regret I wasn't able to hear the conversation earlier. But Mayor and members in council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on this issue. I'm here as a longtime resident of the city of Fort Saskatchewan and as the CEO of a company that works across this region, and as someone who's helped design the structure of Edmonton Global nearly a decade ago. When Edmonton Global was created, it was built on the findings of the Be Ready or Be Left Behind report. This report concluded that our real competition is major metropolitan areas across North America and around the world, and not with each other. Edmonton Global was created to position the Edmonton region as a single coordinated economic unit. I want to acknowledge Council's questions about cost, return on investment, and governance structure, as I believe those are reasonable. But the decision before you is also about the Fort's strategic position within the region that we currently depend on each and every day. Regarding the issue of cost, when the membership fee was increased, it gives Fort Saskatchewan, when membership fees have increases, it gives Fort Saskatchewan access to global investment platforms that serve the entire Edmonton metropolitan region. Some may point out that we already participate in Alberta's Industrial Heartland Association, which of course is correct. AIHA is essential for the industries located in Alberta's Industrial Heartland. Edmonton Global serves a broader mandate though. It represents the region across multiple sectors where we have a clear competitive advantage and can attract global investment. Its team positions the region as a diversified, globally competitive economy supported by the collective resources of all of the participating municipalities, with Edmonton as the largest funder. The two organizations complement each other. AIHA strengthens the heartland, and Edmonton Global strengthens the region. Fort Saskatchewan benefits from both. Now, regarding the issue of return on investment, economic development for the region relies on consistent international engagement, long-term relationships, and market intelligence. That work is carried out by Edmonton Global's professional team, a capability that no single municipality could realistically build or sustain on its own for the region. If Fort Saskatchewan withdraws, our economic development staff would likely lose direct access to investor insight, international leads, and direct market intelligence. We lose the leverage that comes from being part of the coordinated regional effort. Return on investment is about staying connected to the regional machinery that attracts major investment, which depends on scale, credibility, and expertise that only a regional structure can provide. On the issue of governance, the independent governance structure was intentional. It provides continuity, expertise, and long-term focus, while protecting the organization from short-term political shifts that can happen from time to time. Municipalities set the mandate, the board ensures that mandate is pursued, and management then executes. These roles are distinct and support long-term regional success. Now, I also want to offer you a framework for your decision on Edmonton Global. Most municipal investments generally fall into one of three categories. Some investments create economic value. Edmonton Global falls into this category as one of the few investments that can grow non-residential tax base that reduces the pressures on residential taxpayers. Some investments preserve economic value. A second fire hall for Fort Saskatchewan is an excellent example. Its purpose is to protect and safeguard life, property, and the existing tax base. Some investments consume economic value, and the Aquatic Centre, for example, may bring social benefit, which is important, but it also consumes economic value with its high capital costs and long-term operating expense. Edmonton Global is a modest cost, yet is one of the very few investments that can create economic value for the city of Fort Saskatchewan and the region. And so this brings us to one of the core issues. It's about regional interdependence. Fort Saskatchewan relies on assets that exist because of the regional scale that we have. Our residents depend on specialized hospitals like the Stollery Children's Hospital, the Cross Cancer Institute, and the Mazankowski Heart Institute, just to name a few. Our skilled labor force, including our welders, pipe fitters, electricians, and engineers, are trained at world-class institutions such as NAIT, MacEwan University, and the University of Alberta. Our industries rely on regional transportation corridors, the airport, and our shared labor market. As a city of 30,000 people, we could never build nor support these capabilities on our own. This independence is the foundation of our success and our quality of life. So this brings me to the decision before you today. You are not being asked to make a permanent commitment, only whether Fort Saskatchewan should keep the door open long enough to make a fully informed decision. Edmonton Global has new leadership and is entering a new phase. Extending our participation gives council time to evaluate that direction. We lose nothing by taking the 3-month extension offered, but we risk weakening our economic position if we withdraw prematurely. Fort Saskatchewan benefits when the region is strong, and the region is strongest when we work together. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. Just looking if there are any questions, starting with Councillor Blizzard.
Yeah, just one. Thanks for the presentation and all the information. You mentioned that your past role was helping in setting it up. What's your current role? Any current role with Edmonton Global?
No current role with Edmonton Global. Just I'm invested in the organization from being a past board member, and I've got a passion for economic development for the region, and I've got a passion for the region as a whole. So I'm speaking as a resident of Fort Saskatchewan.
And they did mention that the board is all paid positions. Was that part of the original setup?
It was. Yeah, the purpose was originally to have a professional board. And the thought at that point was to have a nominal compensation structure. That's not dissimilar to other boards. Sometimes it's a per diem per meeting and whatnot, and this was set up as an annual amount to cover those expenses. I don't know where that's at today. I haven't sat on the board for several years now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nguyen.
Thank you for the presentation, Sheldon. Certainly have a great deal of respect for you and in the work that you've done on various boards, as very well presented on behalf of Edmonton Global as one of the founding members. And I certainly believe I have a good understanding of the intent of the organization and in a broader context, and has been nice hearing some of the successes and like the actual international liaise that has been achieved by the organization. You mentioned the shareholder structure. I'm not sure I even fully understand how it works based on some questions and feedback we got from the past presenters. So my question to you is, perhaps has there been, in your opinion, maybe a disconnect between councils feeling that they've had enough of a voice on the board, and given that there's funding coming from these member municipalities, and I'm sure you can appreciate that feeling. If we're paying into something, then we want a seat there, and maybe there's just a bit of a lack of understanding because there hasn't been a council representative that's had every single board meeting to say, hey, this is what we see, and the feedback. Knowing full well that professional expertise is certainly welcomed with an organization such as this. So maybe, has there been a miss, and how would you envision that, given that I've heard that same concern from other councils about Edmonton Global?
Now, I have to be careful because I'm not part of the organization anymore. So making a judgment on, how the organization should change or what the direction should go is really me waiting outside of what the expertise is. I can tell you, when we first were looking at setting it up, we were looking at what the structure could look like, particularly for the board. And one of the thoughts was we want this long-term vision to be able to give administration the tools that they need to be able to have the runway to develop these relationships over a long period of time. And having that purposeful consistency on the board, and also to really dig into what the skills matrix that would be required to have a high functioning, high quality board. The decision was made at the time to have that to be a professional board member only. I recognize the potential concern, and I've had discussions with several elected officials about maybe that concern. I look at it from the perspective as recognizing what I'm good at and what other people are good at as well. And so I think the very best of us, real solid leadership is about getting the best people around you that can do the work that based on the correct expertise. And I think that's what the attempt was being made with that board. How the structure looks like going forward with any changes that are proposed, I'll leave that to the new CEO to work at. I did have an opportunity to talk to the new CEO, and I can tell you that I was really impressed with her approach. I do think it is a different approach than maybe what's been done in the past, but I'm not going to prejudge what the changes might look like in the future.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Harris.
Sheldon, thanks for your thoughts. I was involved with the Regional Transit Authority that we set up, and we set it up basically controlled by elected officials, but we were intending to move to professional board. I think the intent was to look at the professional expertise of people that know something about transit in that regard. So I guess the professional board, from your past experience, was ultimately focused on their experience in relation to opening doors, making suggestions. What was the rationale in relation to when you saw this in terms of setup? Because I think that's one of the concerns that I have in relation to who should be actually sitting around the table together, not exclusively, but together.
Now, you're probably going to test my memory a little bit. I think while I was on the board, there was 2 different iterations in the skills matrix, and I think that's what your point is do you have the right people sitting around the table? I was asked to sit on the board. I can give you my own experience. I was asked to sit on the board. I'm an engineer by trade, and work a lot in the field of infrastructure and transportation. How that infrastructure, what some of the decisions or some of the questions that might come in to for some of the investment that might happen in the region, what infrastructure needs would be required to support that. I can only guess that maybe that's what they felt was of value when I was selected to sit on the board initially. But I do think there is an open conversation on whether that skills matrix is the right mix. And as I said, it wasn't a static skills matrix when I sat there. And if there is continued to be some concern, I do know that as the owners of the organization, as the shareholders, that skills matrix is one that the municipalities do have control over, because they're the ones that ultimately select the board. And I was interviewed by members of council to sit on that inaugural board, which I think at the time Mayor Ketcher was on one of the panels.
Yeah, I think the skills matrix is obviously important when you're looking at aligning, different people's skill sets with an outcome, an expected outcome. I think common sense is probably the most crucial element in any regard, regardless. And I ask these questions because I think if we decide to move forward with another 3 months, having a discussion with the current board and with the executives is going to be crucial in relation to how we set that up. So
yeah, and I would absolutely encourage that.
Yeah, good. Thank you very much.
Councillor Ketcher.
Yes. Hi. Okay, so yes, I got to interview you back in the day when we were all excited about setting up Edmonton Global, and then it got set up. But some of the bumps along the way, what we found is that, we had all of these professional board members with skill sets, but they weren't hired to go out and actually do the economic development portion of this. And they had one business manager, but 4 pillars. So when you looked at it, it was like, okay, we've hired all these board to do something, but we've only got a couple people that are actually doing the work. And it wasn't long before they said, well, we need more business people if we're going to deal with these 4 pillars that we're dealing with. And I think we approved, or we didn't approve it as shareholders, but we said, oh yeah, that makes sense. But I guess, how do you justify, and this is the question that I really have, how do you justify when you have an executive director, you've got a professional board over here, and then you've got at least an equal number of mayors who are sitting over here who are secondary, and I'm going to say they are secondary. So how do you justify sitting there being a shareholder? You go to a meeting, you receive some information, you kind of shrug your shoulders and go, okay, yeah, I guess they're doing a good job. But the shareholders actually don't feel empowered to make change. So how does that change?
Just click your mic on now.
I'm not sure if I can give you a direct answer with that, Councillor Ketcher. If when you think about how, and I talked about this in my comments, when you think about how it's set up, you know, as an owner of an organization, you've got a long-term objective, and the long-term objective in this case was to increase the pie. We were trying to increase the pie so that all the municipalities could benefit from that through greater investment in the region and greater economic development, which would end up driving jobs and ensure that our children have got a place to work within the region. That's the objective. Now, what's the strategy on how we're going to get there? And if you've got a strategy, particularly for something that is as long-term as economic development on a global stage, there is a reality that professional board with I think there was 2 3-year terms, so you got 6 terms of sitting on the board. It actually spans things like municipal elections. It spans things like the 1 to 2 year board placement positions that a lot of municipalities go through. So you get a greater consistency through the strategy work to try to achieve those directions. And so yes, you don't, as a councillor or as a municipality, you don't have that direct interaction, but you are entrusting the ultimate goal with that board of directors to be able to hire the right people and have the right strategy in order to achieve that objective that you've set. And I think that's good governance. And so, you know, what's the right structure going forward? Whether it's to actually have some sort of a mix. Again, I have to defer that conversation with the new CEO, with the council and administration here. I think there could be other ways to take a look at it. I can just reflect on what some of our discussions were and on why we chose the path that we did when we originally set it up.
Right. And yeah, and I agree. And I know back in the day it was, yeah, where all the mayors are already on EMRB, they're on these different things. And it was Mayor Iverson that really felt it should be a professional board. I don't think it was everybody who felt that. And I think over time, it kind of, I'll say it degraded, and the mayors felt that they just weren't having a say. They were second-class citizens. So I think, you know, and when we brought this up to the board and to the CAOs that were sitting there, as I said to Masatha, the answers were no. We're not prepared to change. So, and I know you're sitting there as a resident, but if they weren't prepared to change then, and an executive director, they only have as much power as their board will give them. That's governance. So, you know, I don't believe the executive director can say, I can do it at no fee without the board's approval. I don't believe she can make those changes without the board's approval, you know, and the shareholders, well, you know, so that's where I'm coming from. I'm really struggling with, you know, that anything will change, but I know the Heartland works well with what we have. So, thank you.
Appreciate that.
Not seeing anything further. Thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate your insight. All right. Well, we're speaking about it next, so you don't have to go, but you don't have to stay. It's whatever you'd like to do. All right, and I will welcome Aaron Brush Duncan. Aaron Brush Duncan up for 9.2, Edmonton Global Offer of Extension.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Erin Brush Duncan, Director of Economic Development. Thank you for having me here today. Today I will be providing a brief summary of the city's involvement with Edmonton Global, as well as provide information regarding the recent offer of a 3-month extension period for withdrawing members. Edmonton Global was formed in 2017 as a regional economic development organization, with the City of Fort Saskatchewan joining as one of 15 municipal shareholders at its inception. Over time, there have been some changes in shareholder membership. On December 12th, 2023, Council passed a motion to provide Edmonton Global with written notice of the city's intention to withdraw as a shareholder. Administration followed through on this direction on December 14th, 2023, with their formal exit scheduled for December 14th of 2025. Subsequently, on February 27th of 2024, Edmonton Global board members and leadership engaged with Council during an in-camera session of the regular Council meeting. Since the notice was provided, Edmonton Global has also conducted a listening tour with municipalities that have indicated their intention to withdraw, including Fort Saskatchewan. On July 16, 2025, Edmonton Global formally offered withdrawing members, including Fort Saskatchewan, a 3-month extension to their membership. This extension runs from December 14, 2025 through March 31, 2026, and is intended to give municipalities time to engage further with Edmonton Global leadership or reconsider their decision in the context of new developments and changes in leadership. This extension offer will require a proportional fee of $29,063 for the 3-month period, and the final date to accept this would be December 14th of 2025. Over the past 2 years, Fort Saskatchewan's economic development team has strengthened its engagement with Edmonton Global, particularly through collaboration with their business development team and subject matter experts. This includes an increase in relevant requests for information, some of which have progressed to site visits, though no investment decisions have been finalized. Withdrawing from Edmonton Global could mean missing out on future investment opportunities. In addition, Edmonton Global employs subject matter experts that align with some of Fort Saskatchewan's target sectors, specifically value-added agriculture and hydrogen. The city engaged these subject matter experts when developing the major incentive program, as well as when responding to more technical RFIs. If we withdraw, administration will lose access to these experts, although other regional and provincial organizations may be able to provide similar support. Edmonton Global remains one of the last regional entities following the dissolution of the EMRB, and leaving may limit opportunities for collaboration with regional partners. However, continuing membership in Edmonton Global may not yield direct investment benefits and would prevent us from reallocating funds or reducing those costs to taxpayers. Administration recommends accepting the 3-month membership extension as proposed in Edmonton Global's July 16, 2025 letter. Accepting the extension provides Council with the opportunity to further engage with Edmonton Global leadership on their next steps for addressing shareholder concerns, and also provides administration with additional time to respond to RFIs, pursue active inquiries, and connect with new leadership. As such, the recommended motion is that Council directs administration to provide written notice to Edmonton Global that the City of Fort Saskatchewan accepts the offer to extend membership by 3 months, and further that the corresponding membership fee of $29,063 be funded from the Economic Development Reserve. Should Council wish to decline the offer for the 3-month membership extension, members of Council should vote in opposition to the recommended motion. Alternatively, Council may refer this item back to administration for additional information. To accept the offer, a written response must be submitted to Edmonton Global no later than December 14th of 2025. Should Council wish to receive additional information before rendering a decision, a special Council meeting may be required. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, going to questions. Councillor Harris.
I don't have any questions, but I'd be prepared to put the motion on the floor at the right time.
Okay. Go ahead. There might be an amending motion, but go ahead and read that in and we'll see what happens.
I would move the council directs administration to provide written notice to Edmonton Global that the City of Fort Saskatchewan accepts the offer to extend membership by 3 months, and further the corresponding membership fee of $29,063 be funded from the Economic Development Reserve.
Thank you. I'll accept that motion. Do you wish to speak to it?
You know, I think success in the region is built through collaboration and discussion and negotiation if and as required. And I think with the provincial government being extremely populist in relation to killing the MRB because they didn't like what was happening in Calgary, and they had to be equitable in that context. We're really down to this last opportunity for regional discussion and collaboration. I think there's value there. I had the opportunity in the latter part of the last term to attend a few of the meetings, and I didn't see much appetite for really getting in there and making fundamental change. The board seemed to be quite locked in to where they were for whatever reason. But I think the critical mass has arrived. The change is probably something that can be accomplished. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't step up to the plate and open the dialogue and the discussion to find opportunities to improve the model. They're there. It's how we want to approach them. So I am a strong supporter of regional collaboration and discussion. I think this is a model that ultimately we shouldn't walk away from in that context. So I support the 3 months.
Thank you very much. Councillor Blizzard, do you have an amending motion?
I believe there was one set up with some wording.
Do you have the motion for
before
subject to
waiving,
fees?
on condition of them waiving the fees.
So the amending motion is to change it to conditional on Edmonton Global's waiver of the
Yes.
corresponding membership fee of $29,063.
Right. And so I think it's the same motion, just adding the conditional. So amending it to add the last sentence, conditional on Edmonton Global's waiving of the corresponding membership fee of $29,063.
Thank you very much. Do you wish to speak to that?
Yes, this is the only way I would support this. We've had 2 years to see some changes. I really don't see staying in Edmonton Global because the Edmonton Region Board was dissolved. They're different. They're not the same boards. And the only way I would support staying in Edmonton Global is if there's no fee and we see some changes then in the next 3 months, because they've had 2 years that they've been unwilling to give us any changes.
Thank you. Is there any debate on the amendment only? Go ahead, Councillor Harris.
I guess I don't support that. And Councillor Blizzard, I appreciate where you're coming from, but my feeling is if we're in, we're in. And we should pay our freight. And if $29,000 is the freight for it, I would expect to see value for that slight investment. And then going forward, if we can find a model through negotiation that works for us, then ultimately we should be paying our freight in regard to the benefit that we should expect to come back from that. I honestly didn't, through the whole time, the last 8 years that I was on council, did I believe that we would see many, if at all, final investment decisions, because we were doing the stuff in regional economic development through the Heartland Association that ultimately is what we ultimately saw as a sub-regional benefit in the Edmonton Capital Region. So I guess my feeling is you're in for a penny, in for a pound. I don't want anything for free. I would expect to see value for money in that context if we pay the $29,000. So I understand where you're coming from, but I don't necessarily support that.
Councillor Ketcher on the amendment.
Okay, I'm going to actually I'm going to support the motion because one of the conversations that we had with the board and the shareholders was, would you look at having like associate members, sort of like we do with the Alberta's Industrial Heartland, where you have 3 of them. They get to come because they reap no benefit, but they want to be informed and they still have access to economic development, but they don't pay anything, but they don't get a vote. And I would be okay with that because what we're hearing is that our economic development says, well, we would still like to have some access to information. And if this went to their board and they approved it, they might come back and say, look, maybe we do look at an associate membership. Maybe the fee is nominal, and that's how we keep them on there. But to continue paying the fees that we do, and not to have the value, I really don't support staying on. And I think, that's where that comes from. So this might just push them to say, we can look at the model, and if they come back before the 14th and say, yes, we'll do this, then I would be okay to have that conversation.
Thank you very much. Is there, Councillor Nguyen? Councillor Ketcher accidentally hit your button again. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just reflecting on the past 2 years and when this council made the decision to give notice. I'm going to support the motion as it stands. Hearing from our current mayor in regards to changes that are taking place, and listening to I believe it was the VP today, makes me believe that there is a substantial amount of effort that is putting into reform the organization. And I do see where there is a certain degree of value that comes from Edmonton Global. In the same breath, our former mayor has delineated some very legitimate concerns about Edmonton Global, the structure that has been, and we have heard that changes haven't taken place since these types of notices were given by various councils around the region. And given that, I would maybe reiterate that I do still have concerns on the structure of the organization, how the fees are being used, what the fees are, and that dollar amount that is being paid through Fort Saskatchewan. Having looked at the website, you can see what kind of the corporate structure of the organization is, and having been on council for 4 years and seeing kind of Edmonton Global's activities, I'd really like to see a reconsideration of what the entity is and the direction it's going. And it's a critical point that it's reached to be able to redefine itself if it is going to move forward in any capacity, really. So given all of that and trying to look at it as a whole and where we're at today, I will support the membership. The extension without fees. Sorry, is that what we're reading right now? Except this is the original motion, right? Not the amendment to this is the
condition on Edmonton Global's waiver.
Yeah, yep. Thank you. Okay, and that's all I have to say. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Rendau.
Thank you very much. So questions on the amendment. I'll save a lot of my comments for Edmonton Global for the actual motion. If they go off and say, no, we're actually not going to waive the fee, what happens? Does the administration come back to council, or we consider this closed?
Mr. Fleming?
Through the mayor, my take on this was that the matter is closed and effectively we would not be members within Edmonton Global anymore. That doesn't prevent us from still having conversations with Global about opportunities for the future, but I would say our membership is effectively complete.
Okay. And if they did accept our waiver, will administration then still come back to council in 3 months' time to confirm next steps?
Through the mayor, I would say yes. Before the 3 months is up, we would be back to council for another decision point.
Okay. And I'm not sure if you'll have the answer to this, but there was a couple other municipalities in the same situation as us over the past couple weeks. Were they also given this like fee waiver option that you're aware of, or is it now that others are leaving, this has appeared on the table?
It was
Or
our
can
request.
you not speak to this?
It was our request.
Through the mayor, yeah.
I know that, but I'm assuming somebody else has asked.
I'm not aware that they offered this to anybody else, and the other municipalities have made their decisions already on the not accepting the extension.
Okay. And a more general question around Edmonton Global. Aaron, would you know how much we've spent as a city on Edmonton Global since it started?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Rendawa, we do have that information. I'm just not sure if I have it with me today. I believe it was part of the in-camera. I do have some information from a previous presentation. It might be out of date. 2024? Okay. It's something that we could provide.
Okay, so I'm assuming it's about 8 years at 100 and so K a pop.
It scaled up over the years. It was under 100,000 for probably half of those years. If we're not counting the partnership with the Edmonton Airport, I think it would be somewhere around 800 to 900,000. That's just a guess, though.
Okay, I'm assuming that's correct. That's kind of where Sturgeon was at, so
be in that ballpark.
So. Okay,
yeah,
ballpark's pretty good. Speaking to the amendment, I will vote for this amendment just because I don't think we as a municipality should be spending another dollar with this organization. And in the event that this passes, I would not want us to have to spend any more dollars. So I'll save the rest of my comments for Edmonton Global for later, but for the amendment itself, I'll support it.
Thank you. Not seeing any. Do you wish to close on your amendment, Councillor Blizzard?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Not enough memory.
If you'll give us one moment, we'll try and rectify the situation, but we might vote by card. So just hold on 1 second and we'll see if we can get the vote through eScribe.
Somebody didn't pay the bill.
Okay, you should be able to vote through eScribe now. Apologies.
Do we have to vote again? Oh, yeah.
2 votes now?
Okay, we're going to vote by card. Apologies.
And that is carried 6-1. All right, moving back to, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So now we would be voting on the motion as it was amended by Councillor Blizzard. I just wanted to...
Yeah. So moving back to the original motion, looking for comments on that, I'll go first, I guess. For me, regional collaboration is more than just return on investment in the form of final investment decisions in your municipality. It's about recognizing the strength that comes when we work together, and that when one of us gets an investment, we all benefit. Our residents don't see borders. They move freely to do business, to work, and to do recreation. And I would argue that every municipality in our region will benefit from, say, the Dow project in many ways. Maybe not directly the same as if they receive the tax dollars, but they all do see benefit. If your yardstick on return of investment is final investment decisions in your municipality, I would say that it takes time. Edmonton Global can't open the door and within a short period of time create the reputation and credibility that gives you the ability to drive home decisions. And AIHA is actually a good example of that. So AIHA began in about 2000, and it wasn't until 2007 that a member municipality had a final investment decision. And surprisingly to me, it was 2017 before Fort Saskatchewan received a final investment decision here. 17 years we invested knowing that Alberta's Industrial Heartland was an important organization for us to be part of and to continue work with before we saw that. So I would say that it takes time. And Edmonton Global, we've been there 8 to 9 years. Those opportunities are coming. We're already seeing a couple different requests for information, some actually pretty significant work that's being done from leads that have come from Edmonton Global in the past 6 months. And although we don't have a crystal ball, it is possible to get a final investment decision in 2026 with a tax impact greater than the amount that we have spent in 8 to 9 years. So I truly think that this is about having about having patience and about appreciating the role that each municipality plays in ensuring a strong region that can bring in investment internationally for the benefit of us all. And I think that we have been the recipient of a lot of economic spin-off from what happens in Sturgeon and what happens in Strathcona. And it can't just be about us. And we have Alberta's Industrial Heartland, and that's good for us. We have to be good neighbors and realize that when our neighbors succeed, so do we, even if it's in a different way. So I will support the motion. Councillor Randhawa.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate the discussions and debate. Thank you, Aaron, the members of Edmonton Global, as well as Mr. Hudson for coming out. Always appreciate getting as many different perspectives as we can. For myself, I find this Edmonton Global one kind of interesting. I was on council when we voted to join Edmonton Global. Some of my colleagues here were as well. At that time, I think I was outvoted 6-1 on joining this organization. I was worried it'd become a waste of money. I thought it'd become another bureaucratic organization in the Edmonton region. I thought we would be better off just putting that $100,000 a year in our own economic development organization. I know after we voted on it, Don Iveson at that time, I think the mayor went off and said 90% of members voted for it. This will be a great success. And so forth. And I think 8 years later, as we contemplate now leaving this, and many municipalities already have, I'm happy to say I told you so, maybe. Council's given notice 2 years ago to leave this organization. They've had 700 days to make changes. And I think the belief that 90 more days is going to change something is a little fanciful. This organization's had 2 years to change mind, processes, structure, fix their problems, and frankly, produce value of some sort. Essentially saying we have a new CEO and another 90 days will fix it, I think is not the right message. My personal opinion on this organization, it seems extremely bureaucratic. We can see that by the lack of action over the last 2 years. This council doesn't even have a seat at the real table, in my opinion. They have a board that insulates elected officials, and my belief is if taxpayer dollars are involved, then taxpayer representatives should be at the table. It looks expensive, a lot of employees, trips around the world, fancy destinations for global business. As somebody that's worked around the world for a global enterprise at a senior level, I doubt how successful that's been. The presenter actually today mentioned that for one of the projects, they ended up having to use their personal Rolodex to call one of the ministers to look into funding. And while I think the efforts there are admirable, my belief is an organization 8 years into establishment should have proper processes, structures, and a replicable system in place that doesn't require employees to use their Rolodex. I think that speaks volumes for how much little has been achieved by this organization. I don't think their focus meets our needs. I think Alberta's Industrial Heartland does so better. I see a lot of buzzwords on their website that I doubt will have much impact for us in Fort Saskatchewan. We've been through a tough budget. We're raising taxes by 6.75%. And I think sometimes when we wonder where does some of our money go, we've spent nearly $1 million on this organization. And I don't see $1 million worth of value. As more municipalities leave, and already I believe Devon, Sturgeon, Strathcona County, and maybe somebody else has already left, our bill will go up. The pie has stayed the same, but the members have decreased. We will see our bill go up. I do not want to spend more money on this organization. I wonder what $800,000 would have done for a downtown enhancement if we would have invested that 10 years ago. I wonder what that would have done for other commercial businesses and bringing those things here. This is a flawed organization from inception. They've had 8 years to prove it. It's time we stick a fork in it. A number of municipalities already have.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wesley.
Yeah, I'm going to largely agree with Councillor Randhawa, except with, I guess I don't have the privilege of saying I told you so. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that they've changed personnel, but the structure remains the same, and it's that particular structure that led to the lack of accountability that put us here 8 years after its inception. And that's the biggest problem I have is we've changed a couple of people, but even that change had to come at us threatening to leave, right? If it takes a threat to leave in order to get any action, this is clearly a structure that's not working, and so I'm unsupportive of our continuation with this organization, whether it's waiving the fee or not waiving the fee. In 3 months, I cannot see how fundamental change in structure can happen so that there's greater accountability so that we're not doing this over and over and over again in 3 month stints. So I'm gonna vote no, because whether it's free or whether it's $29,063, I really think we're going to be making the same decision. It's just that might as well make it now rather than 3 months.
I think I'm just going to make couple more comments. So just in, speaking to what Councillor Randhawa had spoken about, I would argue that AIHA has 18 international trips planned in 2026, all of which they provide back why they were there, what was the economic driver, what were the leads that they were after, what did they get. But they do those type of trips every year, and they do make a difference to the investment opportunities that they bring. As I said before, Edmonton Global is not that old in the grand scheme of how old Alberta's Industrial Heartland is. And like I said, it took AIHA a long time to start to get those leads. So I would say the fact that we've been in there 8 to 9 years doesn't necessarily mean that they haven't done anything. They do have a lot on their resume to show what they have accomplished in that time. Does it mean that we have got a huge amount of return of investments in the form of FIDs? No, but that doesn't mean that they haven't been successful. And those successes impact us, even if they don't translate to tax dollars. The last thing that I meant to say to top off my speech last time was what I tried to grapple with on this is, what is the benefit to us to not be in? And I don't have that answer. There's a few other people who have weighed in now. Councillor Blizzard, go ahead.
I will support this motion as amended. So now the ball is, I guess, in Edmonton Global's hands. If they do waive the fee, then they have 90 days to show us bigger changes, because previous to this, we were still leaving. And I disagree that they haven't had much time. I mean, 8 years is quite a while to take in quite a bit of money, and they should be able to show us benefits to even if we don't get it directly, there's got to be some indirect benefits. I mean, if there's something developed in Sturgeon or in Edmonton, you know, they should be able to say it's no different than somebody comes here and builds in Strathcona County, but we get, you know, benefits by restaurants getting businesses. So they should be able to give us, it doesn't have to be a hard and fast number, but this happened, so the fort benefits in that. So they'd have 90 days if this passes to show us what those benefits are.
Thank you. Councillor Wesley.
Oh, okay. I'll button. I think it's Councillor Ketcher's turn. I don't think she's had a first shot at this yet.
We can go to Councillor Ketcher. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Just way back in.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, doing the rounds is really tough. So I'll support the motion. I agree with what I'm hearing, because as I indicated before, if they came back with a proper model where they said, okay, maybe we have associated members and they don't have to pay anything, but you have access to information, I would be okay with that. But I guess it's like a marriage. You're separating, you're going for the divorce, and you say, give me 90 more days, I'll really, really work at this, and I guess the proof is in the pudding. And if they say no to our counter request, we're done, we're out. If they come back and say, well, we can offer you something that we really think will be amenable, then maybe we stay in. But you know, I think they're probably really hearing clearly today that we're struggling with value for what we're paying for. And I am going to throw out there, when the Edmonton Airport proposal came forward, we lived up to our 3 years of paying for that. Not all municipalities did, but we did. So we're really good neighbors, because that really impacted what went on in this region. So I'm okay with making them a counter offer that we'll wait and listen for within the 90 days. I'm not hopeful, because I've sat on their committee before trying to fix this and wasn't successful. But I guess I always say, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and we'll give them the period of time, if they'll accept our counter offer, to come back and see if there really is anything that would make us change our mind. That's it.
Councillor Wesley.
Thank you. I just have one last thing I forgot to mention before is I'm not really I don't see the connection between Edmonton Global and AIHA, to be quite honest with you. I think at Alberta Industrial Heartland, we at least have some control over that organization. Mayors are represented there. There's a little bit more of an accountability, and I think it has a better structure. So I can see how AIHA was ultimately successful. My problem, again, is back to just to the structure of Edmonton Global, and I just don't know that is a structure that's accountable and that is going to lead to the same success that maybe we've had with AIHA. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Randawa. Oh, sorry. We both hit it at the same time. Can you turn your mic back on?
Right.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Aaron, I had a question for you. In terms of timelines, we've heard 8 years is a long time, isn't a long time. When we look at our own economic development programs, like in the downtown, for example, how many years have they been in place for?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Randawa. Economic development is a long game. I think we've all kind of been told that over and over again, and I know that we've experienced it in our own economic development team. So with other industrial investments, we will work years before we get an FID and before construction will start. I know Dow's project they've been working on since well before my time here in Fort Saskatchewan. When we look at projects like downtown, you know, we've seen investment going back to, you know, the early 2000s. And, you know, just since I've been here in the last 4 years, we've been doing another big push. So economic development's a long game. So you have to build a reputation and a brand, and you have to be able to promote your advantages. And it can take some time for that information to get out there and for people to see it and then to feel confident in doing their own investigations and making a decision. So.
Sure. I guess let's talk specifically when we do the Fort Station, for example. How many years was it from the inception of that program to actually seeing changes?
Through you, Mayor Macon, to Councillor Rendawa, I will probably have to ask some of the administrative staff that have been here a little bit longer. But I know, for example, the two most recent projects, I think we're several years in.
Ms. Matuka?
Through the mayor, Fort Station, you're referring to the former mall site?
Yes. Yeah.
So that one didn't have a strategy attached to it. That was more developer-led in that instance. The Downtown Action Plan was created in 2021. That would be our most recent strategic.
We gave incentives to some of those developments, though, didn't we?
That is correct.
Okay, so
yeah.
I'm assuming we gave or created this incentive program and then we saw changes in actual development patterns shortly thereafter. Would that be a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay, and same with, so let's say, downtown storefront enhancement. We create that program, we fund that program, and then we see results of that program within, let's say, 8 years?
Through the mayor, yes, I would say that's correct. We do regular reviews of our programs. If within 5 years we hadn't seen any activity, we would make adjustments.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask that because if we had a program here providing businesses with incentives or downtown enhancement, and 8 years later we have like no uptake, I think we as council would be banging the table at budget time and saying, what are we doing with this money? I think the question was asked, what is the benefit of us not being there? I think the benefit of us not being there is saving $800,000 in the next several years. Money that can be used for other programs, money that could be saved for the taxpayer. I think 8 years is a long time. I don't think the region is at the table anymore. If we want to be with the region, I think we have to find other ways to do it. Sturgeon's left, Strathcona's left, Devon's left, Leduc County may leave. I think the region has left. Oh, they've left? Okay. So the region has left already. I think if we want to spend $100,000+ a year to be at a table where even our two closest neighbors aren't even at, I don't think that's a way to work with the region.
Councillor Harris, do you wish to close?
All good comments. This is about moving one step further to looking at whether there is a resolution to address some of your concerns, Councillor Randall, to find value that ultimately should come out of a number of changes. And some of those need to be governance related, I would suspect. And if there is not a willingness to change the governance accountability or the governance structure, then ultimately that'll become apparent. We're talking 3 months here. We've amended the main motion that I put forward. And so if they agree to it, then it's a conversation we have. And I think ultimately council would then, if this does pass, before we go into those conversations, we need to have a strategy of the things that we want to put on the table in relation to the things that would be relevant to change. That would keep us at the table. And who knows, if we can achieve some positive outcomes in this regard, that may incent some of the other municipalities to maybe have a second look at it. So all I'm talking about here by putting this motion on the table is to have a conversation and see if there is a way through the morass. So that's kind of what I'm trying to accomplish here.
Thank you very much. The motion, please cast your vote. Turned off my own mic. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Okay, so it's been an hour. I would normally take a break, but we have a lot to get through tonight. We still have emergency advisory. So are we okay to push through to 9.3?
Thank you.
Yes. Perfect. 9.3, Council's Procurement Policy FIN 020C Amendment, motion following notice. I will go to Councillor Ketcher.
Okay, thank you. So that my motion reads that by the end of the first quarter of 2026, administration prepare a report on options and considerations related to amending Council's procurement policy FIN-020C to prohibit a member of City Council from being hired as a subcontractor on city projects. And I'd like to speak in favor of my motion.
Sure, I'll accept that motion. Go ahead.
Okay, so just speaking to this, the MGA has provisions that require council approval. If a councillor is acting as a contractor for the municipality, and that's section 173. The provision essentially says that a councillor needs council's approval to enter any contractual relationship with the municipality. So if they want to do work for the city, it needs to be approved in open session of council. That clause is meant to ensure council is transparent with the public. Because the MGA does not specify subcontractors, there is uncertainty if it would extend to a member of council being a subcontractor. To ensure our procurement policy is in compliance with the MGA, it would be appropriate to get legal advice and amend the procurement policy to ensure the policy is clear. As members of City Council, we must work to be as transparent as possible with the public, and having administration come back with a report and recommendations, whether they support this or not, or bringing other recommendations, I think is in the best interest of our council and our community. And with that, I just would like to also do a question. Let me. Okay, so my question is to Ms. Bouger. So if this were to be approved, what would we be looking at coming back?
Ms. Bouger?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ketcher. So if this motion were to pass, administration would simply provide a report that would explain what options are available to council to address this matter and any pros and cons associated with the options. So we'd look at options for amending the policy or making adjustments to our internal practices, and we would keep the report basically focused on those details.
Thank you. Nothing further? Okay, I'll go first on this one. So initially I felt like I was going to support the motion, but I think that was based on my assumption at the time that that City Council was prohibited from being a contractor. So just reading a little bit more about that in the MGA and understanding that, I'm just uncomfortable with the wording that actually puts prohibit in this motion. I would be more comfortable if it read something to the effect of related to amending council's procurement policy around language on contractors and subcontracting on city projects, so that they would just bring us back options for actually adding that into the procurement policy, because I also understand that the procurement policy doesn't actually even speak to council as a contractor. So I think that council as a contractor and a subcontractor should be in the procurement policy, as much to say that it needs to be a decision of council, and that's just based on the MGA's wording, which I didn't understand initially. So is there any, I'll put it to Councillor Ketcher, would you be willing just to amend it to have wording just on contractor and subcontractor options being discussed in the procurement policy rather than using the definitive word prohibit?
I would ask Ms. Bouger, because if this is approved, they're going to bring back a report that talks about the MGA, what it provides for, why it hasn't been in there, and whether it's broad enough that it interprets that it covers subcontracting or not. So
I'm just worried that it is prescriptive, that we want the end result to be prohibit, even though that's not even the requirement of the contractor. Ms. Bujaya?
I believe it's council's discretion. I think administration would take a little bit of latitude and wouldn't look that narrowly at this. We want to make sure that we give council viable options and we would provide the considerations, but this is council's motion, so we would leave that to council's discretion if they would like to make a change to the wording.
Okay, and I don't need any change to the wording if we feel like the response will be more broader than prohibit. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I am good. Does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Blizzard.
I'll support this motion. You know, it would be good to have the information, what's allowed, what's not allowed. I have seen stuff on social media, even commenting, you know, how can we have our current mayor who owns a business in the city that is allowed. But so I think, you know, we want to make sure we're open and do everything properly. And I think this might be a good report. And I would like the latitude also that, you know, we don't need to prohibit if it's okay. So I would, same thing, I would like that report to be open enough to provide options, not just to say it can't happen. Maybe it's allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris.
I'll support the motion because I think it's worth a look. Obviously, as a small business owner, I consulted with many municipalities. I couldn't conceive of having a contractual relationship with the city of Fort Saskatchewan in what I used to do. I think it's worthy of a look, and I think ultimately the pros and cons of somebody on council actually having a contractual relationship, even a subcontractual relationship with the municipality, should be looked at and to determine what the pros and cons are, and or the guidelines that ultimately should apply if that actually does happen. Because I can see ultimately that sort of thing could conceivably put our administration in a very precarious position. And I think it needs to be looked at holistically in that regard. And ultimately, I think we all benefit from having a sober second review of that, because it is it's a vacuum at the present time.
Not seeing anybody else. Councillor Ketcher, do you wish to close?
Just my final close.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. I messed it up. There you go.
Just my final close. I have faith in administration that they will get a proper legal review, and they'll come back and they'll say, well, under the MGA, it's this is allowed, but it will, you know, and if it's allowed, great. But at least the clarity is there, and anybody wishing to do any work or subcontracting work then knows that they need to get approval through council. But I do have faith they'll bring a very good holistic report back to us. So thank you.
I just have a point of clarification. Mr. Fleming, do you expect to get a legal review or an internal review? And if you do expect to get a legal review, do you need a dollar value attached to this request?
To the mayor, no, I don't think the intent was to use the city's pre-existing legal budget, and the intent is to get a legal opinion.
Okay, but
on the outcome of what comes back.
Okay. That's good. Then I will close the motion. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. Am I good to move on to 10.1? Not seeing any objection, I'll call Mr. McCartney, Mr. Purich up for bylaw C2925 and bylaw C2425. Amend the South Fort Area Structure Plan and Land Use Bylaw C2 Commercial Retail and Service District. First reading. I should have read it slower to give you time to get up. Welcome and thank you for your patience.
All right, thank you. Right, so my name is Scott Purich, and I'm a planner here with the city. And today I will be presenting an overview of Bylaw C29-25, which proposes to amend the South Fort Area Structure Plan, and Bylaw C24-25, which proposes to amend the Land Use Bylaw. So these amendments to the South Fort Area Structure Plan and Land Use Bylaw are largely to allow for residential development to occur on a specific site, legally described as Plan 242-0345, Block 18, Lot 186. So this slide shows the site location and existing features of the subject site, which is highlighted. This parcel is located east of Highway 21 and north of Southridge Boulevard. The parcel is zoned as Commercial Retail and Service District, which is abbreviated as the C2 District. And this parcel has existing commercial development abutting to the east and south. To the west is undeveloped commercial area. And finally, it is adjacent to developed residential to the north. So Bylaw C29-25 proposes an amendment to the South Fort ASP. This includes amending Section 4.4 on page 38 of the ASP by adding wording, which has been highlighted in yellow on the slide, to enable the residential development within the area designated for commercial under the ASP located east of Highway 21 and north of Southridge Boulevard. This change aligns with our long-term growth objectives, increasing diversity of housing and promoting integration that enables access to community services. This amendment also uses existing wording within the ASP, which can be seen within the same paragraph just above it. So continuing with Bylaw C29-25 for the amendment to the ASP, this amendment will also affect Section 4.4.2 on page 40 of the ASP. So this portion of the proposed amendment will update the policy section to support residential development within the commercial area. Similar to the previous slide, this will amend the policy to add in the same wording. It's just that this is within the policy section. And then moving on, next, Bylaw C24-25 proposes to amend the Land Use Bylaw, more specifically amending the C2 District. Bylaw C24-25 proposes to introduce the apartment use as a discretionary use in the C2 District under Section 7.8.2C. It would also add a fundamental use provision under Section 7.8.2A to limit where the apartment use can be located to the specific parcel that I highlighted earlier. This means that the apartment use would only be allowed to this parcel and no other parcels zoned as C2 district. So this slide helps to illustrate the area of application again for the proposed amendment, showing where these changes would take effect. This will be the image that is attached to the C2 district to help indicate the specific parcel where the apartment use would be allowed. Additional changes to the C2 district under Bylaw C24-25 include a 3-meter rear yard setback for apartments and architectural requirements to ensure compatibility with the surrounding development. I would also like to note that in addition to the 3-meter rear yard setback, there is an existing provision within the C2 district that requires an additional 1 meter setback for every story above the first story or for every 4 meters above the first, whichever is lesser. This means if a 5-story apartment is built, it would have a rear yard setback of 7 meters total. So the 3-meter setback plus 4 meters, one for each of the story above the first. There is also a lane approximately 6 meters in width that separates this existing commercial area from the developed residential to the north. And finally, all the residential parcels located north of this parcel have a rear detached garage that access from that lane. The proposed amendment will also introduce additional architectural requirements, such as limiting the distance that balconies can project from the building wall and more in order to ensure compatibility with the surrounding development. Okay. So administration supports these amendments because they include a fundamental use provision, which minimizes the application of the apartment use on other parcels designated as C2 district, and additional regulations that limit any potential land use impacts on surrounding properties while allowing flexibility for development. This amendment also meets the objectives to increase housing diversity to meet the various financial, lifestyle, and cultural needs of a diverse population. Please note that while there is nothing to show today that if this proposal is given first reading, an outline plan amendment will be required at second and third reading. This amendment to the outline plan would simply be to update the land use statistics page of the corresponding outline plan in order to ensure that it accurately reflects the increased residential in the plan area. Additionally, if council gives first reading to these bylaws, a public hearing will be advertised as required by the Municipal Government Act. Landowners within a 60-meter radius will be notified of the proposal and public hearing date. A copy of the proposed amendment will be made available on the city's website, and it will be posted to the city's social media pages. And the target date for the public hearing is January 13th, 2026. The recommended motion is that council gives first reading and that a public hearing be scheduled. And with that, thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. There are several questions. We'll start with Councillor Harris.
Yeah, a couple of questions. First of all, this is fairly similar to what has happened with Station Square, where we put up basically multifamily dwellings. Is that and an apartment on that site as well? Is that a fair understanding?
It is similar in the sense that there is residential being added into a commercial area. Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
And there obviously there's philosophy that ultimately would support that, is kind of what I'm understanding. Second question. So this is shown as, so on the map it shows a lot designated as 100. Is that like a postal address? 160, and then this one is 180. Are those postal addresses? So ultimately, 100 and 160 could be conceivable more additional commercial development similar to what is 120 or 200. Is that correct interpretation as well?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. There is intended to be commercial development within the remaining area there.
Yeah. So, and I guess my final question is, if this is approved and goes through after due diligence publicly and whatnot, would you suggest from a planning standpoint that that having residential there would actually be a draw for the current and future commercial development on this site? In other words, captive market, if you will?
Through the mayor, yes, absolutely. I think there has been many studies and reports showing that having a mixture of residential within commercial areas does have benefits and does benefit certain residents and communities. So,
okay, good. Thank you. You answered my questions.
Councillor Randhawa.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. A lot of info. It's been a long meeting. Let me double check some things from my understanding. So this was commercial currently, and they want to change it to residential?
Through the mayor, so it is commercial currently, zoned as the C2 district, which is the commercial services, or sorry, commercial retail and services district. It will remain that zoning. It's just that the apartment use would be added as a discretionary use to this district, and then a fundamental use provision would also be added that limits it to the highlighted parcel, but it would not be changing from the C2 district.
Got you. So when those houses to the north went in, they would have assumed this was C2 commercial. Would it have only been one story likely at that point, or would it have allowed them to go up as well?
Sorry, through the mayor, there is no change to the height allowance. So it was currently allowed the 14 meters under the C2 district. That has not changed. And that regulation that I had kind of mentioned earlier, where if there is an adjacent residential, for every 1 meter above the first story, that setback gets increased. So that 7 meter example would still have applied to a commercial, 5-story commercial building.
Okay, so from the lot line for those residentials to where this potential apartment would go, we're looking at, you said about 11 meters, or was it, sorry, 7 meters?
Sorry, just from the apartment building to the residential lot line. So it would be, you'd have about the 7 meter setback. You'd have about 6 meters for the lane, and then you would have the garages, the rear detached garages in there. So it would, in terms of meeting just the parcel, the rear lot parcel of the residential, you're looking at the 7 and 6, so about 13-ish meters.
Okay, got you. Questions around traffic in that area. Do we have any concerns, or will we be analyzing it a little bit more? Because when I drive through there now, it's already quite busy in that little commercial area with apartment buildings. I'm assuming a little busier. Do we have any concerns with that, or with our fire hall going on the opposite side there? Traffic in and out there?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So no traffic studies were done with this application. The proposal does show that it would continue circulation interior to the commercial site there. So it would have a kind of almost a roundabout effect within the internal commercial site there. And there was no noted impact that would occur to the actual outside traffic, because this could, a potential commercial development could be of a similar scale allowed there.
Okay. I'm going to ignore that you said big roundabout. I'm going to assume there's no big roundabout going there, but just a joke. With my last question on the traffic is that intersection right under the word proposed. Is that going to continue to kind of be like stop signs on either side and throughway traffic long term as well?
Through the mayor, I believe that is the intention. That's correct. I would have to come back, double check, but just off the top of my head, that is my understanding.
Through the mayor, just to add on to Mr. Perich's comment, the intention is to review the traffic and the street layout for this area as part of the fire hall project. So we don't know at this time, but we've recognized with the new fire station, this should be looked at.
Okay, that's good, because my next question was going to be, if you're from the fire hall and you pull into South Ridge Boulevard, would we have something that allows them to hit the highway and stop traffic? So I'm assuming you'll look into that. Okay. My last question just regarding notification, 60 meters, does that hit all the houses back there? And second part of that question, January 13th, it's Christmas coming up. People don't really want to check mail, and then they're busy with Christmas. Do we think that's too soon? I'm assuming we're going to hear from people there.
Yeah. Through the mayor, so yes, the 60 meters should hit all of the residential there. In terms of the date, we're more than open to being flexible. That's just the proposed date at this time. If council decides that it should have further time to encompass the holidays, absolutely available.
Okay, that's all for questions now.
Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, quite a few concerns about this, and obviously it wasn't the intent of this pocket of land to begin with, and we have an interested developer at this point situating a parcel right in the middle of commercial, backing on to the back of lot fence for residential. So quite a curious methodology arriving at this proposal. Looking at the other side of the highway and mirroring that, I know there are certain architectural and engineering standards that the city has for multifamily like this. I mean, there's a berm on the other side of the highway, sound dampening mechanisms that happen to accommodate or improve quality of life when there are buildings situated so close to the highway. Is planning in conjunction perhaps with engineering going to be proposing amendments to the site in terms of how it functions and what is necessary to have this apartment parcel there to conform with what our other residential is currently achieving, I suppose. Does any changes need to happen here to reflect what we've done on the rest of the highway frontage?
Through the mayor, no. So with this application being kind of more internal, there was no noted need for a berm along the highway there. The impacts of the berm, I can't speak to it as an engineer for a site that far away, but it is, again, that is something that if you would like requested, that is something that can come back with.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around really how this is going to work. I didn't see it in the report. There's about 8 attachments, but are you requiring underground parking for this building? That I would think so.
Through the mayor, there will be underground parking associated with this. They were going to achieve a rating of 44% of the required parking to be underground.
Okay. Does planning have any concerns? Last question. Regarding just integrating commercial with residential and the complexity that brings from, the maintenance from garbage pickup to snow clearing to everything. Are there concerns, or what's the thought process in arriving at this being, proposed as this is a viable entity with a situation?
Mm-hmm. Through the mayor. So this was circulated to Public Works. It was noted that there would have to be clear and open space for garbage removal and stuff, but it was noted that it was possible. So the comments that came back alluded to this being okay and feasible on our end by the city.
Very interesting.
And if I may just add to that, there will be a permit process for that apartment. And so through that permit process, we evaluate the garbage and the parking and such like that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess maybe to give context. No,
you're good.
Oh, I'm good. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Oftentimes, and I see this in my neighborhood where there's an apartment building right across the street from where I live, and a garbage truck comes at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning sometime, and if you're having that happen for commercial, right? And then the residents of the apartment have expressed. Obviously, there's some frustration with that, and that's just a very small parcel, right? And I would have concerns about really the feasibility of having this situated there. It seems like on the corner where the Esso station is would have been a better spot for it if it was going to be happening in the first place. So yeah, I have concerns, but we're in first. Sorry, yeah, I didn't have a question at all. There's the context to it. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
I have a whole line of questions. So I'll start with, was this proposed by the developer, or were you in discussion? They were looking at alternatives and planning said, well, this might work.
So, sorry, through the mayor, originally the proposal by the developer was to create a new either direct control or special district, but it was always the intention to have apartment on this parcel. It was felt by administration that would be rather excessive to have an entire district dedicated to just allowing this apartment use within one parcel there. So it was recommended that we amend the C2 district in order to allow this with the inclusion of the fundamental use provision. So it did originate from the applicant, and it was just with minor alterations by administration.
So when you say it was always planned as an apartment, you're not talking way back when they first put in anything, or was that what their intent from the get-go years ago?
Sorry, through the mayor, you're correct. It was originally commercial entirely.
Oh, okay, okay. It's just a more recent.
Yes.
But that's okay.
Sorry.
I don't even know where to start on this, but okay, I don't know how much you know of all the land in the city, but are we running out of land for apartments that this needs to be here? Or is this just the developer has this land, they don't have land anywhere else?
Through the mayor, so a lot of the wording within the MDP and other policies surrounding it is in support of kind of a mixture of commercial and residential. It's a way of optimizing our use of services, creating walkable areas where they have access to those kind of community retail services and stuff like that as well. It also provides a variety of means and housing for different different people in different lifestyles, different financial incomes, things along those lines. So it largely reflects a lot of the policy, and that's the reason we are in support of it. As I noted before, like the wording that is being recommended is actually taken right from the paragraph that it was written. Right above it, there is a noted area that was recommended for a mixture of commercial and residential use.
And, I understand that, but I guess it's the location, like right smack in the middle after it's been zoned commercial for years with the people behind, maybe thinking that they're going to get, that kind of a 1.5 story height of more of a commercial, the back of a commercial building, not an apartment building with potential balconies. Anyway, that's okay. I'll go on. So with the notification, how many there get notified? Just the ones backing, or does that extend to across the street, down the road? How many there? I don't know if you can move your mouse on there and kind of show us.
Yes, I can give you a rough idea of an estimate. I believe it captured the majority of the residential that was located north there. I don't recall exactly from when I plotted it out previously, as the notification goes out prior to this to the public hearing and second and third reading, so it hasn't been sent out yet. But yes, it would capture the majority of the housing to the north, but would not cross the highway, and it would not.
No, but it would cross the street there. That you think that the people on the other side of the street, because if there was I don't know what the height is. It said 14 meters. Is that 5-story? To me, a 5-story height might affect across the street too.
Sorry,
just that street, the street. So it backs on to the laneway, but then there's houses. There's a street, and then there's houses at the top. Those ones, yeah. Would they also get notified?
Unfortunately, I'm unsure. I'd have to double check.
If council wants us to notify, you can clarify that in the decision. If you would like to specify
I think that would be a good idea,
or
just
you could
to err on the side of caution.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing from you is you want it beyond the 60 meters, so you can stipulate that.
Maybe someone else has a different opinion, but I just think I'd rather hear from them now before they storm in later and, or last minute, all of a sudden a ruckus gets put up. I have more questions, but maybe.
Just to clarify on your last point, though, the height isn't changing, correct? The allowable height was always 5 stories, so that wouldn't be something that they would necessarily come to speak to, just to your point.
Correct, but how many business heights are more than a couple of stories? So yes, that's possible. And they tend to have a straight back and face the front. So I'm just saying, going by that.
Fair. I can come back to you if you have a list. Do you want to do that?
Well, because I have a few more questions, so maybe let the others chime in.
Thank you. Councillor Ketcher?
Oh,
sorry, I went to turn off Councillor Blizzard. There you go.
Okay, so as we're having this conversation, I guess just first and foremost, legally, we need to give this first reading, whether we support it or not. Otherwise, we could be challenged. Is that correct?
Through your worship, there is case study that suggests that not allowing the applicant to speak at the public hearing could be determined as a not fair process. So we strongly recommend providing first reading.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make sure that's out there first and foremost. So then my next question is, when we talk about mixed use on some of these areas, are we not typically talking about doing a first floor commercial and then having maybe one level of apartments above them instead of talking about building up to a 5-story apartment? Like, when you envision somebody saying mixed use on an area, what do you envision?
So through the mayor, so that is absolutely possible. There's a different terminology we use through the land use bylaw in terms of uses for that, but it can be interpreted different ways depending on how you're looking at it, right? A mixed use of surrounding uses within an area or within the site itself.
Okay, so for the public hearing, if the developer comes forward, hopefully they're actually listening to get a lot of the questions that we're asking. But that would be one of my questions is why would they opt for an apartment here versus commercial with some residential over top that maybe their workers could be utilizing. So I guess that would be my first question. And I guess if you can ask them, can they bring us what a concept would look like? Because I can't picture this right now when you talk about how many meters are set back, how far it's going to be set back. So those are some questions that I'm hoping the developer can be prepared to answer. But for first and also if in your letter, can you put that legally council must give it first reading, so don't beat us up. Thank you.
Sorry, on round one, Councillor Wesley.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at the map there. Would that apartment complex impede easy access for the other commercial properties? I'm just wondering if that apartment will make it harder to develop commercial in the other areas.
Through the mayor, no, it would allow for continued flow of traffic within the multitude of sites there.
Okay, so
and if I may, could I clarify on that? So the whole site isn't being completely developed as an apartment that's blue.
Okay,
that's just the lot. Does that clarify your question?
Maybe
about
a little
the
bit,
flowing?
just so as somebody entering in there, and I know I've gone to the Tim Hortons there a few times, and you enter in there, and then there's kind of like the access that to go to, what would it be, 180 or whatever that little tiny number is on the very corner, but you have to go over, it looks like somebody else's commercial lot to get there. Like, will there be an extra roadway that'll connect that in there for the apartment? I'm just trying, again, I'm trying to visualize what this thing's going to look like based on a blue box.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, so through the mayor, so there's no concept at the moment with this. The developer could provide that at second and third reading, but the intention is to allow for continued flow through there. It would all be internal access, so there would be a shared access agreement put on title, allowing for the flow of traffic through each of the site.
Okay. And then just looking at our package that we received, and I look at the objectives for the South Fort Area Structure Plan, and one of them, the second one of the two objectives there, is continue to support development of existing highway commercial lands to provide employment to serve the needs of the community in the region. And how does that development help that objective?
Mm-hmm. So through the mayor, the intention again is to continue to allow for commercial in the area. It's just meant to allow for some of those kind of creative opportunities, I guess I would call it, where you can have those different lifestyles and meet those policies and criteria as noted through the MDP and other situations. And that's also why we have a slight amendment to the ASP, is to allow for that additional residential wording being added to the policy.
Okay, and maybe, I don't know if this is the appropriate place to request it, but I noticed that 52% of survey respondents said that they walk or bike to shopping amenities. Can we get more information as to what this survey surveyed?
A link to where that original survey came from.
Where did all that come from? And just
through the mayor, yeah, we can definitely. I don't have that information right now, but
I'm so disappointed, Scott. I really am.
I apologize. But I can.
But Dugan?
I'll just add, I believe that survey was done in 2012, potentially.
Oh, okay. So it's a dated one then?
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly. So
don't get too excited about it, is what you're gently telling me.
We can take a look.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Thanks, Janelle. Thanks, Scott.
All right, on round 2, Councillor Harris. And you know what? Since we're going on to round 2, somebody can feel free to put the motion on and we can continue to have questions and discussion. Would you like to do that?
Well, with that said, then I'll put the motion on the table and we'll start the ball rolling. I would move that council gives first reading to bylaw C-2925 to amend section 4.4 commercial of bylaw C-823. I'm not sure about the wording there. Southford area structure plan, and further the public hearing be scheduled for January 13, 2026.
Perfect. Do you wish to speak to your motion and ask your questions?
This is first reading. I mean, we're really getting into the weeds here on this. I would suggest that a lot of the questions that we've had can be answered by the proponent. I was just looking at the at Google Earth, and obviously the Radcliffe Road, which is just on the north side of that, is 2-story multifamily duplexes, I guess, with basically single-story garages in the back with a 6.5-foot fence separating that from the alley. So there's already some buffer there, and if the existing commercial zoning would allow something up to 5 stories, then I don't see that as an undue thing. But ultimately, that's what the whole idea of public notification is all about. So I would suggest let's give it first reading. Let's move on and save these wonderful questions for a time when we can actually ask the developer what's happening. So let's get it on the table. Let's go.
Councillor Rendawa.
Yeah, thank you for that. We do have to give first reading and give them their due process, so happy to support first reading just for that. I would like to expand the notification area. Do I need to amend this motion, or can I just throw out a number, or can administration suggest a number and we all nod? How does that work?
Do you just want to take it as a request?
Yeah, through the mayor. Yeah, we can just expand based on what you just asked in 100 meters.
Yeah, I would take your judgment as well, but I think all those houses in that photo should be notified, and I think it would be good if we're safer than not by sending out a few extra.
Perhaps across the street then?
Yeah, I think it would be good to do across the street as well. Yeah, like especially into Richmond Link as well there. So.
Okay.
I didn't know we had that much power, I'll be honest. That's pretty cool. I expect a notification in Councillor Wesley's mailbox too. Another question is on January 13th. Do we have any concern with that? Do we think it's good? Should we move it till later, till like, I don't know when we were meeting again in January. 27th? Yeah. Does administration have a take on this, or?
Sorry, through the mayor. It was the recommended date, but again, it's up to council. If you guys would prefer it at a later date, that's definitely possible.
You want to take this?
I'm going to push to move it. Does that have to be an amendment, Andrew?
If it can be a
friendly?
I'll just go. I know Mr. Fleming is talking to Ms. Smith. Do get there. I'm not fast enough to pull up the agenda review package. 27th. What is that? Can't recall. I think it's quiet.
But one of them is first reading on another controversial redistricting that night.
Oh, see.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And the agendas are pretty balanced. If we do move this up the 13th, we might end up canceling January 13th. Which is fine. It's not uncommon for us to cancel meetings early in those first 2 months of the year, but on the 20. When's first reading of the other one? Is that in early February, maybe?
So just give them a second to look at the agendas to make sure this is okay.
Yeah, I think it can be accommodated. We didn't have concerns with the 13th. I mean, it is after Christmas, but it's 2 weeks after Christmas, so we kind of thought life goes on. But if we could, I'll take a quick look at the agendas. We could accommodate that if it's the will of council.
Okay, so what I might suggest is that can we just leave it for a second? If anyone else wants to weigh in, we can come back to it. Can we
Sure.
just give it a second to think? Do you have any other questions?
No, it's first reading.
Okay, Councillor Blizzard.
I know it's first reading, but sometimes we can get some questions answered. So with a 14-meter height, what is we keep saying 5-story apartment building, is that something buildable in 14 meters? I know we were talking originally, not now, in Pineview at 13 meters, and it's looked to me like maybe 3-story max. So 14 meters, how high would that be in an apartment building?
Through the mayor, yeah, I think at max you would get 5 stories. It's kind of flexible, depends on the developer and the builders.
And what they're building, okay.
Yeah.
So it could be 5-story. And even adding that in, like a 3, it's a 3-meter rear yard setback, that's 10 feet. That's like not even me to you. That doesn't sound like much of a setback. And adding 3 more or 4 more for whatever stories, it still isn't a lot of setback considering it's a 5-story. I don't know. I have concerns about that. These apartments would not have lane access, right? This building, there's fences there.
Sorry, through the
lane that's right behind the lot.
Yes,
There's a fence there, and they would not have any access to those.
Through the mayor, yes. So there wouldn't be access to the lane. Regarding the fence, I'd have to double check that one and get back to you on that if there isn't.
Well, if there's no fence, they would have access.
Well, I don't believe.
I could maybe weigh in on that. Ultimately, the municipality decides on the access.
Oh, okay.
So we could grant them access, or we could force them to go through some of the intersections that are already existing with the commercial site.
Okay.
That'll be reviewed through the development permit.
Okay. And just one more, and this is, maybe I'm jumping the gun on this, but so if this passes at 3 readings, then it's out of council's hands, it can get built, you guys will do the rest, or do we see some kind of here's what this apartment will look like? Does it come back at any time?
So through the mayor, it would, if it gets approved, it would then come back to administration for the development permitting processing. Wouldn't come back to council for that. However, with these questions in mind, this can be asked for, right, by the developer to bring a concept plan to the next meeting.
Yeah, maybe they're listening now, or maybe you can pass that on, because I think that would be an important thing to look at.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's all I have.
To add to Mr. Parich's comments, the developer may have a concept that can be shown at the public hearing, at final readings. Unless that concept is built into the zone, they are not obligated to adhere to it. So it's important to note that they can show what has been done so far, but unless it's in the zone, they still have flexibility.
Okay, and they wouldn't do, because I think that was done in a different one, some kind of a public, I wouldn't call it consult, open house or something for this, that wouldn't be done.
Sorry, through the mayor. So it was discussed at the time of application. It was felt that it wasn't needed for this one. However, again, that can be asked for by council.
Okay, thank you.
I've informal consensus on the 27th. So is there any objection to that? I believe everyone said 27th was good. Okay, so just a friendly amendment then to January 27th.
That we're fine with that. I just want to correct what I'd said before. The January 13th council meeting, this was scheduled to go there. So this can move off. The first reading of the Pineview commercial redistricting is on the 13th. It's just first reading, but I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. And that's the only open session item, and we're not 100% sure that's going to make it on the 13th. I thought that was still a little bit up in the air. So no problem to move this one and just give council the heads up that either that'll be a single item council meeting, or that council meeting we may recommend not having it, but we need some time to let that all play out.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Blizzard, you're done. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I'll keep my comments short. Support first reading, obviously. And I would encourage in your communication with the developer to maybe go back and listen to some of the questions that were raised tonight. And I think it's really the onus of the developer to have good answers that makes the integration of this proposal into that area look viable to us. What we're about to see is a bunch of people that live on Radcliffe whined, shocked and surprised. I mean, just even from my point of view, driving by that area, it looks like it's it's commercial, right? There's a commercial area, and I've actually never pictured a high or 5-story apartment building potentially in that area. So it goes to first reading, and we'll see what the developer comes back with for us. And thanks for your work on this in the presentation tonight, and hopefully we can make everybody happy somehow.
Councillor Ketcher?
Okay, Councillor Blizzard just made twig something. So it says to allow apartments on a commercial site. So I guess the question that I have, even though I just heard, well, they could bring you a concept, but if we approve this at second and third reading, they can pretty much do whatever they want. They can come back to you. And I only ask this question because over on the other side of the road, there's 12 apartment townhouse things that I'm not sure how it made it through planning.
So through the mayor, so yes and no, it's discretionary use that's being proposed to be added. So even if they meet all of the regulations of the district, as long as we have a planning reason, we're not necessarily required to approve it as if it were a permitted use. Whereas if it's permitted and it meets all the regulations, we would be required to.
So would we be able to make it discretionary, or could we make it direct control council so that we actually have some say?
That is another option opposed to what is being presented with this one. This amendment was just to propose it as a discretionary use through the C2 district.
Okay. I might want to know by then how we make it direct control council.
I can elaborate on that. So basically, if council has concerns with residential being on this site, defeat the bylaw. I know you've given advice to give it first reading, but if the direction of council is to retain this as commercial, then that is what you need to do. Establish that through the bylaw process. If you want a direct control, defeat the bylaw, and force the applicant to come forward with a direct control.
Okay, but we would do that at second reading. Okay, I'm good.
Councillor Harris, do you have anything on close? Sorry, click your mic.
Just to remind everybody that we have an example of multifamily, which are quite high buildings across from residential over on, what avenue is that? 98th Avenue? 99th Avenue? I mean, we've already approved that, and it seems to be working quite well. And it's probably going to pay benefits to Station Square development, commercial development, as that goes forward. So I really have no problems with this, quite frankly. But I think you've demonstrated a list of questions that obviously we need answers for, and that's what good planning is all about, is having multi-perspectives. So this is first reading. Let's give it a go and see where it takes us.
Okay, with that, I will close the motion. Please cast your vote.
Second motion.
And that is carried. There is a second motion on this one. Counselor Nguyen, do you want to do that one?
There you go.
Oh, I apologize.
Sorry.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll move the council give first reading to bylaw C24-25 to amend the C2 commercial retail and service district within bylaw C2330 land use bylaw. Further, that a public hearing be scheduled for January 27th, thanks, 2026.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak in favor?
No.
I shouldn't say in favor. Do you wish to speak? Not seeing any other questions. Anything on close? Please cast your vote. All right, and that is carried. This is going to be a late meeting. We do need to take a comfort break, and it's been a while, so it's 5:45. Is 6 o'clock okay? Remember, we still have emergency advisory committee to do after these bylaws. So 15 minutes, and then we're back at it. 6 o'clock. And welcome back. We are moving on to item 10.2, bylaw C2825, amend offsite levy bylaw C1417 for 3 readings. Sandy Bujaya presenting. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I'm Sandy Bujaya, the General Manager for Corporate Services, and with me is Grant Schaefer, the Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering. We're here to present bylaw C28-25, which is here before Council for 3 potential readings. The purpose of this bylaw is to amend the city's current off-site levy bylaw by removing a specific levy related to the city's future arena project. The city's off-site levy bylaw was first introduced in 2017, but it has been amended several times over the last few years. In August of this year, the off-site levy bylaw was amended in order to include the annexed land in the city's off-site levies framework and to add levies for various new projects, including the fire station, recreation facilities, pedestrian crossings, and a water line. When the city was considering these changes, there were a number of engagement activities with the impacted stakeholders. Council did make some changes based on stakeholder feedback, but there was still some disagreement over the inclusion of the levy for the arena project. In September of this year, the city was notified of an appeal related to the arena. Administration has considered the situation and recommends amending the bylaw to remove the arena at this time. Making this change responds to stakeholder concerns, avoids legal costs, protects relationships, and reduces the general risk. Council would have the option to reintroduce the levy once the city has completed more detailed plans and analysis on the arena project. This concludes my very brief presentation, and we are happy to take any questions from Council at this time.
All right. Oh, sorry. Councillor Blizzard.
No questions. I'm just prepared to make the motion.
Excellent. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that bylaw C28-25, a bylaw which amends offsite levy bylaw C14-17 to delete the levy for the new arena, be given first reading. And in speaking to that, I think this is a good idea. We don't really want to go to court over this, and we'll keep it nice and clean.
I will accept the motion. You've spoken in favor. Is there any other comments? Not seeing any. Do you wish to close?
Nope.
Please cast your vote. That is carried. Go ahead with second reading.
I'd like, hang on a sec. I'd like to give, can I just say, I'd like to make a motion to have second reading for the offsite levy bylaw as presented.
Yep, as presented works. Do you wish to say anything else?
No.
Not seeing any comments, I'll close the motion. Cast your vote. That is carried. Would you like to continue with unanimous consent?
Sure. I'll make a motion that council give unanimous consent to proceed with third reading of the bylaws presented.
Thank you very much. No debate on this one. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. If you'd like to finish third reading.
I'd like to make a motion that the bylaw C28-25 be given third reading.
Thank you. Not seeing any comments.
No.
No more questions. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Thank you, Ledge Services, for keeping up with us there. And that is carried. All right, moving on to 10.3, bylaw C 2725, establish 2026 user fees, rates, and charges for services for 3 readings. Jeremy Eman presenting.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eman, Chief Financial Officer for the City, and I'm here to present Administration's report and to request that Council give 3 readings to Bylaw C-27-25, which establishes the 2026 user fees and charges for services provided by the City of Fort Saskatchewan. The City establishes and collects user fees and charges in accordance with the User Fees and Charges Policy, FIN 009-C, and related procedures. The policy's guiding principles and key factors provide a consistent and transparent approach for reviewing and establishing user fees and charges for goods and services offered by the City. Information on the City's user fees and charges, established in accordance with the policy, was presented to Council for deliberation during the 2026 budget meetings. Bylaw C-27-25 reflects the user fees and charges established through policy and the 2026 budget process, inclusive of adjustments based on decisions made by Council. In order to collect revenue from user fees and charges recognized within the 2026 budget, it is necessary for Council to approve this bylaw. Following third reading of the bylaw, and the bylaw and the user fee schedule will be posted to the City's website. Administration recommends that Council give 3 readings to Bylaw C-27-25, which establishes the 2026 user fees and charges for services provided by the City of Fort Saskatchewan. And with that, that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
These go into effect on January 1st, right?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Harris, the majority of them do take effect January 1st. There are some recreational fees, I believe, that follow the fall ice schedule in September. But again, the vast majority are January 1st.
I'm asking out of a selfish purpose. I'm going to buy my rec membership before it goes up.
Don't give away the secret.
No, I'm just, it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, you bet.
Councillor Ketcher.
I'll get this moving along. I'll put the recommendation that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-27-25, a bylaw that establishes the 2026 user fees and charges for services provided by the City of Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you. I'll accept the motion. Do you wish to speak in favor?
No.
No? Any questions? Councillor Andawa.
I have a question/request for next year's fees, the way they're presented. Could we get in the document like a % year-over-year change? Like we'll have the 2025 fee, the 2026 fee will be like $47 last year, $49 this year. It'd be nice if we also added a column that just showed % change, because it's kind of hard to, when we're going through it, to go through line by line individually, especially when it's not in Excel. I don't know if you can do that, if you have the power, but heads up.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Randall, thank you for your question and feedback. Actually, we'll take that back and we'll incorporate that into our planning for next year's budget document.
Thank you very much.
Sounds good. Not seeing anything else. Councillor Ketcher, do you wish to close? Please cast your vote. Want to click your mic again, Councillor Ketcher? Are you ready? Do you want to do? Yep. That. Go ahead. Sorry, you need your mic.
That Council give second reading to Bylaw C-27-25.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any questions. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried. Do you wish to continue with unanimous consent?
Mm-hmm. That Council give unanimous consent to proceed with third and final reading of Bylaw C-27-25.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any questions. I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. That is carried. Go ahead.
Okay. And that council give third reading to bylaw C27-25. And just speaking, I'm going to speak to this.
Sure.
And just speaking to this, once again, with having a newer council or some people that are new, I think it would be nice going forward next year that we can see some of the potential fees and charges well before the end of October or November. And I do know I missed one morning of a meeting. I don't know what the motion was, but you know, I'm still advocating for like transit fees to actually be reduced for local to get more people on the bus. But that's a discussion that you know, I'd like council to really be able to take a look and get immersed into the fees and charges and why we charge what we do. So.
Thank you very much. Not seeing anybody else. Do you wish to close? I'll close the motion. Please cast your vote. Thank you. That is carried. I will take a recess from this meeting at 6:11, and we will move into the Emergency Advisory Committee. They'll just need a couple minutes to switch over the feed because it is a different feed, and then we will come back after that to finish this meeting. So don't go anywhere too far. We just need a couple minutes. It's right here, yeah. And make sure you go into that meeting in your eScribe, because if there's a vote, we'll need to be in the right meeting.